Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their court.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case.
Dati mihi Anglican, please. Verbal Latina.
That's literally not true.
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Is that correct?
Oh, for Trump's sake.
It's bigger than you. It's bigger than me. It's bigger than all of us.
All right, welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I'm the Recovery Addict. Hope you had a fantastic lunch. Greeners is here with his stubby little pencil. Greeners, welcome. First in chat, we're going to send it to you to internet ownership. Hello, Greeners. Are you there? Bueller. Yes, everything internet-related worldwide is your responsibility, Greeners. But you're an old hand at this. You got it. I have no fear. Everything's going to be fine. All right, now that that's done, we can just jump right back into where we left off. Playing Passenger Princess as my husband drives on the range of the grocery store. Yay! Got my hands full today. Good. Does anyone know what the guy says right before? I didn't ask you to interrupt me. This one right here. Let's see. He says this.
Dati mihi Anglican, please. Verbis Latinos.
That one? Yeah, nobody knows. Nobody knows what that means. It's Latin. It's probably naughty, I'm guessing. Or it could be this one.
That's literally not true.
That's literally not true.
I didn't ask you to interrupt me. Oh, for Trump's sake.
Those are all of them.
Is that correct?
That's what I use, those ones. Alex, hopefully that answers your question. And I trigger those manually every time. They're not like built in. Oh, yeah. If you've seen the tweets, I did tweet out a couple things about the Maya, the Second District Court of Appeals decision that came down that completely overturned the final judgment. It took everything away. If Maya wins anything, it's going to be after a new trial. There's nothing coming her way right now. It's done. Oh, wow. Starbucks Nikki, sorry. Florida Appeals Court overturns Maya judgment. Yikes. Happy hump day. Love you, RN addicts. Yes, thank you. You're 1 month away from a new color courthouse, but OG, you're over 20 months. Welcome. All right, we're gonna kick things off right away and just get right back to court where we left off. We're speed watching trial. We're trying to catch up. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. We're skipping the breaks and the quiet parts, and we'll get caught up. Do they give a reason why it was overturned? Yes, they listed their reasons. They basically said the hospital was immune, that it was covered, it was protected. There was no evidence that there was anything on an administrative level endorsing this type of behavior. There was no proof of harm. They listed just loads of things. Basically, they went down and just eliminated everything. I did tweet out, it was actually, I think, into an answer for somebody who asked me where the documents were with the document. If you want to read it yourself, it's heavy. It's a second DCA decision. It's not light reading, but yeah, there's it's just devastating for the family. Dr. Joe let me know this morning when that came through, and yeah, we might, I don't know, we might do something on that, but we'll see. In the meantime, we've got to start where we left off, and that is with court right here. So we will do that. I think it's working. Tell me it's working. It's working. Oh. Why did I break it? Okay. try this again. Ready on 2. Sound on. Now we're good. Okay. All right. Yeah, Dr. Joe. Dr. Joe will probably be speaking on a couple channels about this. I'm not sure if it's going to go. I'm not sure if Rob or Ian or anything are going to address this. But he's reached out and said he'd like to talk. He'd like to talk about this. So here we go. Coming back in.
All right, have a seat, everybody. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Then, as we've heard now, you know that an alarm went off telling everybody to take shelter. The last time that happened was a number of months ago, and I think it went on for a very long time. Enough for everybody in this building to learn to say in Spanish, emergency, take shelter. Right?
Let me pause this. A little tiny alarm went off, and I think I just missed it. So give me just 1 second. You guys want to hear it. It's sort of funny. So wait for it. There we go. They had just barely started. Here we go. Let's do that again. You have to hear the alarm because it would terrify me if I was in court and I heard this. Ian's going to cover it. Ian, I think Ian knows. I think Dr. Joe tweeted him or talked to him directly, so they'll probably be on together.
All right, all 14 jurors have returned. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Have a seat, everybody. Thank you very much. And the state finished up asking their questions. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective LaFleur, you testified in direct that you were part of the Identification Bureau for the Sheriff's Department, correct?
Correct.
And you received some special training regarding documentation of evidence collected in the course of an investigation, correct?
Yes.
And preservation of evidence is important, especially in a criminal case, especially when it proceeds to trial, correct?
Correct.
And you also testified that certain evidence was handled by the state crime lab, correct?
Yes.
And that's because those people have special training in the forensic processing of evidence?
Correct.
Okay. And that's especially important when a criminal case proceeds to trial?
Yes.
Is that correct?
You collected the scalpel and the vape that were located at the scene, is that right?
I did.
And did you notice any fingerprints, blood, or other forensic evidence on the vape that was located?
I didn't process that for evidence at all. It was just collected.
You visually inspected those items, correct?
I took photographs of them.
Okay. You didn't collect them? You didn't inventory them?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And in your inventory and photographing, did you notice anything that might be forensic evidence like blood or fingerprints at all?
Not obvious, no.
Okay. You also took photos of where the body was actually found, is that right?
Yes.
And I think you made note in your report that you noticed that there were several trails throughout the grassy field as well as through the woods, correct?
Just through the grass.
Okay. Did you, when you were at the scene of the where Ms. Pavlon's was found, there was kind of a cleared area, is that right?
Yes.
And there was a fire pit in the area, is that right? Do you recall?
I don't recall a fire
Okay,
pit.
that's fine. You also were present at the search warrant that was executed at Mr. Pahl's apartment on September 17th.
Yes.
And part of your duties were you kind of took initial control of Mr. Pahl's pickup truck?
Correct.
And you chose not to inventory the contents of the interior of that vehicle at that time, right?
That's correct.
And that was in part because there was talk about doing some kind of cadaver dog search on that vehicle?
Yes.
And it was important for you that you didn't want to contaminate the vehicle at that time?
Correct.
Okay. And because contamination could have impacted the cadaver dog search?
Yes.
Okay. You also then you didn't transport the pickup truck from that scene, correct?
Correct.
In fact, but you did direct that it be taken to the Department of Public Works garage?
The fleet storage garage, yes.
And that's a secured pole barn on the DPW grounds, correct?
Yes.
And that's only the Sheriff's Department has access to that fenced-in area and the pole barn, correct?
Certain people have access to that.
Okay.
Not the entire Sheriff's Department.
Understood. And you directed that vehicle be placed inside that garage on the day of the search warrant, on the 17th?
Yes.
And you also testified that inside that pole barn were also numerous vehicles that were involved in fatal traffic accidents, right?
Yes.
Again, back to the search warrant, you took photos of items that were in Mr. Pahl's apartment, correct?
Myself and another detective did.
Okay. One of the items you photographed, I think we saw in exhibits, was some type of black nylon bag. Is that right?
Yes.
And that was the one that the scalpels were in.
Yes.
Did you, there were also various hygiene products, including like toothpaste and other items inside that bag, correct?
I don't recall specifically. I'd have to look at the photos again. I don't remember exactly what was in it.
Okay. But in addition to scalpels, it included a whole bunch of other stuff, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And were you able to confirm whether that bag belonged to Ms. Pavlon's?
No, I didn't have any confirmation with that.
Okay. You were also present for the actual cadaver dog search on September 19th, is that right?
Yes.
And when you got there, Mr. Pahl's truck was still in the pole barn?
Yes.
And so it was in with all the other vehicles, correct?
Correct.
And you were instructed, I think by the canine handler, to what's called burp Mr. Pahl's truck?
Yes.
Okay, and so you had to open and close all the doors on that vehicle?
Yes.
So you opened the driver's door, correct?
Correct.
And then you walked around to the passenger, opened and closed that?
Yes.
And you also opened and closed the back hatch for the pickup bed area, correct?
That's correct.
But you weren't told to burp any other vehicle, correct?
Correct.
I think there's an alarm coming here.
Again, there were numerous other vehicles you said that had been involved in fatal accidents, including where drivers passed away in their actual seats, right?
Yes.
And you did not see the cadaver dog hit on any of those other vehicles, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation.
That was a full forward cough.
Did you?
You can answer the question.
You didn't see the cadaver dog formally hit or indicate on any of those other vehicles, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Were you aware that a trail cam was put up by detectives on September 9th?
I remember that conversation being had.
Did you ever observe the trail cam video?
No.
Okay. In the course of your response to the scene, you had a chance to see the Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin building, correct?
Yes.
And so you were basically from the scene, you were looking at the east side, the side of the building that faces east?
Yes.
Okay. And did you note that there are windows the entire length of that building?
I don't recall.
Did you happen to go in the building at all?
I did not.
Do you recall how long were you at the scene where Mrs. Pavlon was found?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Do you recall whether the parking lot was empty or very busy?
I can't say that as well.
Okay. Do you recall seeing beer cans in the area where Miss Pavlon's body was found?
It was in the wooded area. It wasn't like close to where her body was, but yes.
Okay, but her body was found in kind of a clearing within the woods, correct?
Yes.
And those beer cans were kind of at the edges of that clearing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What exhibit is this? I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit 423 through 427. If we could show those to the witness.
Is the World Series over? Is there a winner? Since my Brewers are out, I'm not following closely. Okay, we're going to see the beer cans first. Oh, here it is. This elevator sound.
Emergency.
Oh, no.
There is an active threat on campus. Take shelter, close your doors, or follow the direction of staff and await for...
What? What? Emergency. There's an active threat on campus. So they have a little break. We're going to skip this break. But yeah, that's got to be a little disconcerting when you're on the stand that's going on. It only took a couple minutes, very few minutes. So
minutes before we were able to turn it off, and it went on again and again. All right, I'll bring the jurors back. Anything before I bring them back?
Yes, please, briefly, because this will save time. On the photographs, if counsel confers and agrees that they can be admitted and published, can we skip that step in front of the jury with the witness? Is the court okay with that? Or would you prefer to say to be more efficient?
Okay, so any of these photographs are going to be shown, and you gentlemen defense doesn't have a problem with them.
Correct. These are defense exhibits right now. No objection to it.
All right. So then I'll tell them that
423 to 427.
I'll tell them, the jurors, that they're admitted, right?
That's 403.
Okay, bring them in. Tell the jurors to bring them back.
So it's over? The Blue Jays won the World Series? Oh, Game 5 is tonight. Okay. All right. Jury comes in here, and they're going to be we're going to hear again about the alarm. The judge is going to tell us a little story about that, and then we're going to start again with our post-lunch testimony. It's tied 2-2 with the Dodgers and Blue Jays. Game 5 tonight. Wow. It's best of 7, right? I'll be bouncing between the podcast and the game. Yeah, we're competing with the big leagues now, you know, competing with the World Series. By the way, I have to show you something. I got some demo bullets, some cutaway fake.
All right, have a seat, everybody. Thank you very much.
See how
Ladies
it
and
works.
gentlemen, thank you for your patience. As
Weebug
we've
sent
heard
me a
now,
bunch of
you know
these.
that an alarm went off telling everybody to take shelter. The last time that happened was a number of months ago, and I think it went on for a very long time. Enough for everybody in this building to learn to say in Spanish, emergency, take shelter, right? So we're going to move forward now, and Mr. Wolf, you're going to show some exhibits to this witness, correct?
I am, Your Honor.
And my understanding is that they are exhibits 423, 424, 425, 426, and 427, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and there's an agreement that they will be admissible and be able to show them to the jurors right away, correct, Ms. Hopper?
Correct, Your Honor.
And one more word, folks. So you see that some of the exhibits, we started at 1 and now we're at 400. What we do usually for trials is we'll have one side or the other have assigned numbers, and the defense started at 400, correct, Mr. Wolf? That's where you started. So it doesn't mean we're going to see 400 and whatever exhibits. It just means we use that convenience for marking them, and those are the numbers assigned to them. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Detective, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 423. Is that a photo that you took of the scene near the body of Ms. Pavlans?
Yes.
Okay, and there's actually an evidence marker, marker number 4. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what's in that photograph?
Several discarded beer cans.
Okay, and does that help refresh your recollection of the scene that was around in that clearing around Ms. Pavlans' body?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 424. And is that a picture that you took of the scene on that date?
Yes.
And again, that shows, what does that show?
That's from the another angle of those same discarded beer cans.
Okay. And then I'm showing you exhibit number 425. And what is that a picture that you took on September 9th of 2022?
Yes.
And again, what does that show?
That's the same location where the discarded beer cans were, just a different angle.
Okay. And then there were a little further away from the body, you also located and photographed some other alcohol cans. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 426. That's a picture of some kind of lemonade, alcoholic lemonade that you took a picture of on that date?
Yes.
Okay. And then Exhibit
saw it here
427,
first,
similar, a Steel Reserve beverage that you took that was also found in that area on that particular date, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Josh?
And
awesome.
finally,
Go
I'm
Blue
going to
Jays.
show you Exhibit 403. Do you believe that picture accurately depicts how the parking lot at OAW was on when you were investigating the scene where Ms. Pavlans was found?
I mean, I don't recall that parking lot looking like that, but...
Okay, and you are the person who took custody of, or at least temporary custody of Mr. Pavlans' pickup truck on September 9th of 2020, or I'm sorry, on September 17th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And does that vehicle that's all alone in the center of that picture, does that look similar to Mr. Pahl's vehicle?
I mean, it's difficult to say. It's a pickup truck with a cap on the back.
Do you recall whether Mr. Pahl's pickup truck had a sticker midway on the driver's side of the back cab of the vehicle?
No, I don't recall that.
It looks similar.
Okay, nothing further for this witness.
All right, redirect.
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. You're excused, ma'am.
Go home.
Next
Take the
witness.
day off.
Thank you. The state would call Specialist Plata.
Thank you.
There's our prosecutor table.
All right, sir. Come up to the witness stand to my right. Remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in, please.
We do have one camera that shows us this courtroom, so doesn't show us the prosecutor very much because we just see the back of her head.
All right, have a seat, sir. Tell us your name, please.
My name is David Plata, Platta.
All right, go ahead, ma'am.
How are you employed, sir?
I work as a specialist for the City of Waukesha Police Department.
So you're a sworn law enforcement officer?
Yes.
What does the title specialist mean?
It means I've had extra training. My primary focus is on like crime scene, evidence handling, and that's my basic. I don't do random patrol experiences anymore. Mine is more focused on the criminal investigative side, mostly focusing on evidence and crime scene or recreation.
And how long have you specialized in that area?
I'm in my 11th year.
Okay. How long have you been a police officer?
In my 22nd year.
On the date of September 9, 2022, were you asked to respond to a location on Gulf Road in the town of Delafield to assist the sheriff's office?
Yes.
That's not in the city of Waukesha?
No, it is not.
Okay. And would it be common for the sheriff's office to call you and ask for assistance on occasion with cases?
Yes. We have some specialized training equipment that other agencies don't use, so they like to have us come out to assist them with documentation of scenes.
What was your understanding of what they were investigating?
At the time, I was informed that there was a body of a deceased female in a wooded area that they were treating as a suspicious death and wished us to come out to assist in documenting the scene.
And how were you to assist?
They requested that myself and my partner come out and do what we have is a laser scanner to laser scan the crime scene and the area around the body to document measurements and to be able to recreate the scene along with taking some photos with a 360-degree camera to be able to catch a full view of the crime scene.
And that's equipment that the sheriff's office does not have at its disposal?
At that time, yes, they did not have that equipment.
Okay. So you went out there?
Yes.
And did your partner specialist, Schmidt, go with you?
Yes.
Okay. And when you arrived, do you know about what time it was?
Approximately 12:30, 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay. Was the body still in position where it had been found?
Yes.
Is it important for the crime scene to be maintained until you can thoroughly scan the entire area?
As much as possible, yes.
Okay. So other detectives, Detective LaFleur or others, hadn't collected anything or removed anything yet?
No.
Okay. The laser scanner is physical equipment, right? You have to set it up?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes.
And were you able to obtain a scan of the wooded area where the body was located?
Yes, we completed seven different scans from various areas to be able to capture as much information as we could.
And in addition to the body, were you able to determine any items of potential evidentiary value?
Yes, the Sheriff's Department did have several items marked at the time of our laser scanning. It was item flags 1 and 2, which was a vape and a scalpel kind of near the woods, but in a grassy area. And then there was another section where there were multiple beer cans a little further in the woods, which was marked as item 4.
Okay. And all of those items were detected on the scan, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did there come a time as we prepared for trial that I asked you to, if it's possible, to recreate the scene so that when we take the jury out there this afternoon, they can attempt to observe the items in the general area where they were at the time you first investigated?
Yes.
Is that possible for you to do?
Yes.
How did you do it?
We brought up the scans, using them as they take very specific and accurate measurements. We were able to take a fixed point in the scan, measure to where items were located, items flagged 1, 2, and 4. We were able to use a triangulation method from where items that are currently still on scene, a tree and a barrel, in order to pinpoint where those items were, and then we mark them with evidence flags for the viewing.
They've replaced evidence at the
You
scene.
mentioned a barrel. This jury has seen some photographs already of the body in the woods and an object that I would describe as in my opinion, like a 55-gallon drum or that type of burning barrel, you may call it. Do you know what I'm referring to?
Yes.
Is that burning barrel still out there today?
Yes.
Okay. So you are able to assist this court in placing items out there today so when the jury goes out there, they can know the approximate location of the body and evidence items 1, 2, and 4. Is that correct?
Yes. My partner, Specialist Schmidt, and I went out there. We found those locations, and he went out there to put the evidence flags on in those locations. Obviously, the specific items of evidence we did not put back out in the field, just the flags marking where they were.
Okay. And he just did that this morning?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to determine an approximate distance between the body and items 1 and 2?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to put up for the witness only exhibit 54, please.
Go ahead.
He keeps looking at me. I'm down here, sir. Just kidding. That's where his screen is.
Is it on your screen?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Do you recognize Exhibit 54?
Yes.
Please tell us what it is.
Exhibit 54 is a screenshot I took from our Faro software. I utilized the program in order to mark from point the flags to where the victim was in order to determine an accurate measurement of how far the items were from where the victim was.
You mentioned the Faro software. Can you spell that for the court reporter, please?
The abbreviation is it's capital F-A-R-O.
And that's just the brand name of the software?
Yes.
Okay. And you were able to determine then the distance between the body and the items 1 and 2?
Yes.
Do you believe Exhibit 54 is a true and accurate representation?
Yes.
Move to admit 54, permission to publish, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, 54 is admitted. You may publish it.
Okay, it's a little faded out here on the screen, but if you could just point out for us what we're looking at here, please.
All right, if you can look on the bottom left kind of corner of the screen where the number 1 is, that is where item number 1 flag was. That was the vape. From that point to the location on the body that I selected is approximately 14.26 feet. To that one, then the next one where the thumbtack is, that's from item flag number 2, which was the scalpel, to a slightly different location on the body, which was 12.894 feet.
Okay. And when I asked you to mark the items in the field today for the jury view, did you use the same numbering system, 1 and 2 for the vape and the scalpel, and then 4 for the beer cans?
Yes.
Okay. Just 1 second, please. And how was the body marked out at the scene for the jury?
I believe my partner marked the body with a cone.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
All right, Mr. Galaviz, Mr. Wolf.
Just a few questions. Officer, the way the scene is depicted today is not even close to the way it was depicted on September 9, 2022. Would you agree?
It's similar, but there are natural differences from broken tree branches and tree limbs that have come down.
Correct. This occurred September 9, 2022 when you responded, true?
Yes.
And today is October 27, 2025, true?
Yes.
So as far as summer versus fall, the area is different, true?
Somewhat, yes.
The vegetation has grown today like it was not in September 2022, correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Judge.
All right, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Detective or Specialist Plata.
May he be excused, please?
Pardon?
May he
be excused, of course, yes. Okay.
And this would be appropriate time to break for the jury view then, Your Honor.
Okay, folks, here's what's going to happen. It's only 2 o'clock now, so who's going to be a witness after this?
Yeah.
You know?
We're expecting Mrs. Pavlon's, Stephanie's mother.
Okay. I think we should come back then, and then we'll determine. We should probably get some more testimony.
Okay,
so
we're going to skip the jury view.
You can imagine to get everybody situated and so on, it's going to take quite a bit. I did ask you and reminded you that when I talked to you last Friday that we would be doing this jury view, and that part of the jury view would be being outdoors, and I asked you to dress appropriately. And I'm going to read to you an instruction, and this instruction is agreed upon by all parties, correct, Mr. Wolf? You will now be taken to the area of N15W28300 Gulf Road in the town of Delafield by the jury bailiff. During your trip to and from this location, you are not to discuss this case with anyone. You may talk about other matters not related to the case if you choose, just like you would in the jury room while on break. While at this location, you are not to talk at all, and no one is to talk to you about the case except me, the judge. You may write notes if you choose to do so. Upon arrival, you will disembark from the van and be led by the jury bailiff on foot into the tree line where the deceased body was located. The location where the body was found will be marked in advance with a cone. There will also be other evidence markers in the area. You are free to walk in the area as you will, but remain in the vicinity of the other jurors. Once you've completed your view of the area, return to the van. You will have 15 minutes to complete your view. While the jury view is occurring, drones will be deployed to make a record of the event.
You're going to be on camera.
You are not to conduct any independent investigation of this location now or at any time during the trial. Going to this location is to enable you to better understand the evidence which is introduced in the courtroom and to assist you in weighing and applying that evidence. What you see there is not evidence in the case and should not be considered as evidence. So logistically, what's going to happen is you're going to go back to the jury room, and after a bit, I'll let our bailiffs, one of the sheriff's deputies will let them know, will have you brought out to the scene. If you remember seeing the photographs and the video and so on, we're going to park. There's going to be 2 vans. They're going to be parked in the on the driveway. and then our bailiffs will accompany you, and they're going to be directed to where the cones and the markers are by one of our sheriff's deputies, our lieutenant, who's going to be wearing a high visibility vest. Do not talk about the scene while you're there. You can say, hey, let's walk over here. I mean, the bailiffs will assist you in getting there, but will not discuss anything about the scene. Please don't ask any law enforcement officer anything. They're just there to monitor what's happening. It's really going to be an event where you go, you look, you go back to the van. We're going to have a 15-minute time frame to be there, but you don't have to. If you are satisfied with what you've seen in 3 minutes, you can go back to the van. Stay in the area so we don't lose track of anybody this afternoon, please. And we'll then come back, and then we'll resume testimony. Anything else before I excuse the jurors from the state?
No.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay, very good. Then we'll let you know you're excused to the jury room, and then we'll let you know when it's time.
All right, we're going to skip the jury view.
Yes, if they wish to do so, yes. They're not required to, but if they wish to do so.
We're going to skip the jury view, so hold tight while we fast forward just a little bit. They were gone. It's obviously not too far away because it didn't take very long, but they come back and we have a little bit of a proffer to finish up today. Let's see, let me back up because the judge is going to talk to the jury for a couple minutes. Wait for it. All right. Got just a minute. We're time traveling. This is still day one. We're getting caught up. I need to read that conveniently pinned comment more often, says Cauliflower. Well, David Pallotta is now gone. He's off the stand. So we'll go ahead and remove that comment. They're going to finish for the day. We're going to start again on the next day here in just a moment. What are they looking for?
The jurors are not present, and we've just returned all from the jury view. And I would note that there was a drone and there was a GoPro footage that will be made a part of the file. It'll be, I think, like court's exhibit or something like that. It should be ready and prepared in a day or two. I noted that the jurors were there at, are our doors open? Right. The jurors were there at 3:01. And they left in the vans at 3:14. So it was about as long as we figured it would take. Any comment, any input from the state about the jury view process?
No, Judge.
All right. Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. What's next? Who's next? And how long will that person take and what's involved?
Our next witness is Georgianne Pavlon's, Miss Pavlon's mother. I think that my direct of her would probably be 30 to 45 minutes. At the jury status, the court indicated that we may do voir dire of Ms. Pavlon's prior to her testimony regarding what the defense was seeking to, I guess, elicit from her regarding the mental health history of the victim. So that is the state's next witness.
All right. And what do you think I should do in regards to, it's almost 10 minutes to 3:47 now. Should we start? And what do you think I should do? Should we go and have direct of her and then have cross tomorrow? I'll ask, first of all, Mr. Wolf or Mr. Galleries.
Judge, it seemed like it would make sense for her sake. I mean, taking into account how this must be affecting her, just to do it all at once, maybe tomorrow morning, rather than her go up there, feel bad, and then tomorrow morning feel bad again.
Judge, I guess the state's preference would be to do the voir dire this afternoon while we have her and send the jury home, and then start fresh with her testimony in the morning. So that we know all the parameters of her testimony prior to her getting on the stand.
All right. Then what I'm going to do is bring the jurors in and release the jurors first, okay?
Yes.
All right. Yes, sir? Mr. Wolf? Oh, okay, that's a yes. Okay. That's what I'm going to do, and we're going to talk to her about the parameters of her testimony, okay? So we'll have the bailiffs bring the jurors in.
We're going to start at 8:30 tomorrow morning.
Is that supposed to be a joke? Yes.
What was the question?
It is my preference to start on time and at 8:30, and that's what I thought was going to happen.
I didn't know
today.
if the court was going to ask them to be here at 8:15. I was just trying to clarify.
Probably start at 8:30.
thought maybe he had
They
other
got all the
matters.
jokes.
For those who weren't here this morning, we intended to start at 8:30, but we had a wayward juror and didn't get going till 9:45 or so.
A wayward juror. 45 minutes later? So the victim's mom is the next witness. The jury's going to be released, and we're going to have a little voir dire, a little proffer outside the presence of the jury for the witness. It may be interesting, especially considering that when we start tomorrow, or later in a couple minutes when we start the testimony from day 2. It may be a little different. We'll see if it's a little spicier. We'll see if it's more relaxed, or it might be identical. Anything can happen here. So, did the victim have any kids? I thought they had a child together.
All right, have a seat, everybody. Thank you
Did we
very
hear
much.
that?
Mike, can I talk to you a second?
You guys got to pay attention. Keep me honest.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you very much for being here today. We're going to break today. I'm going to send you home. We have some legal matters that we have to take up, and it's 10 minutes to 4 right now. I've been told that our next witness is probably going to be pretty lengthy, and that probably more lengthier witness in terms of time. And rather than stop, and then restart again tomorrow, I think everybody's time is better served to start up with the witness tomorrow morning at 8:30, right? And please, tomorrow, I just talked to Mike, and he told me that he usually wants you to meet in the cafeteria. And my understanding of his instructions are that you meet there in the cafeteria. Even if you're late, stay in the cafeteria, and he'll be back to pick you up. So I'm going to ask you to be here in a time frame such that we can start at 8:30 tomorrow morning, and that means probably get there about 8:15 or so at the latest, and then Mike will bring everybody over as a group. So I will tell you once again and admonish you, there's cameras here. They've been here throughout the proceedings. You may have seen cameras at the jury view as well. Media has a right to be where we are and watch what's going on. They've been directed not to identify or even show your faces, right? That's the standard operating procedure, just in case you were wondering about that. So again, remember what I said on the first day. Go home, don't talk to anybody about evidence, about what you heard in the courtroom. Wait until you deliberate amongst yourselves, and then when you're all done, you can say anything to anybody that you want about the proceedings and the trial and the witnesses and so on. But at this time, I'll admonish you, please do not do so. Follow Mike's directions. He'll be here tomorrow. I don't think Ken's going to be here tomorrow. I don't know. No? Okay. Nice to see you. Anything else from the state before we break?
No, Judge.
Anything else from the defense?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, follow Mike's instructions about your books. He's going to lock them up overnight and so on. All right, thank you very much, everyone. See you tomorrow
As the
at
jury
8:30.
leaves. 8:30. AWOL podcast, member for 19 months, but a true OG. It's free to spread love, but expensive to hate, so don't do the latter. Been here since Mr. Brooks, so in my heart, my courthouse is pink. I love you all. AWOL, thank you very much. All right, we're going to do a quick proffer here of Stephanie's
seat, everybody.
mom. And
Let me just check my notes on something.
while he's doing that, I want to thank WeBug for the 3D printed demonstration items to explain how firearm ammunition works. This is a 3D printer primer with a cutaway. You can see it's a large primer, so you can see
All right.
how that works.
So your next witness, I'm sorry, what's her first name?
Georgianne.
Georgianne Pavlons, right?
Yes.
And our goal here is to determine the parameters of the testimony.
Means
And
original goat,
how do you want me to do that exactly at this
like greatest of
point?
all
I'll ask
time.
the defense in just a moment.
Well, Judge, I have met with Ms. Pavlons, and I have an understanding of what the state would like to ask her. I think it would be appropriate for the defense to ask Ms. Pavlons questions, particularly related to Stephanie Pavlons' mental health. That seemed to be the line of questioning that they intended to ask and was part of the motion in limine that never got, I guess, expanded upon. So that would be my suggestion.
All right. And who's going to handle her? Mr. Galaviz, what do you expect we should do, or what do we need to do, sir?
Just ask her specifics as to Stephanie's mental health issues from birth until the moment she passed away.
That's what your intent is?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I think from birth until her time of
Might
death
not be
is
relevant.
much too broad. I mean, the court has limited other things from 2003. I don't think that the entire history, she was in her 40s at the time of her death.
Mr. Galaviz, your response to that?
Well, I'm not quite sure if Stephanie suffered mental health issues from a child till the moment she passed away, or if it began when she was a teenager, or it began when she was in high school.
What's the relevance of, let's say, at age 18? When did she meet Mr. Pahl? I heard it was in 03, was it? Something like that?
I think the daughter was born in 03.
The daughter was born in 03. When did she meet Mr. Pahl?
And how old was Steph?
She's 21 when I met her.
21.
And so what age was she when she passed, in her mid-40s, early 40s?
44.
44? I don't see the relevance. I can see the relevance, but the probative value I don't see if we're going to explore her mental health from birth for purposes of this trial. I mean, your position, my understanding, is that she had mental health problems, and my understanding of your position is that she was either suicidal or a repeat drug user. Is that correct, Mr. Galaviz? Is that my understanding of what your belief is? Correct. And that had something to do with her death, correct?
Correct.
I'll allow you to ask questions about the last 10 years.
Yes, sir.
All right, so let's have Ms. Pavlons come on up. Georgianne, is it? I'm sorry. Ma'am, if you come up to the witness stand, please, to my right.
Correct, 2020.
And then watch your step when you get up there, ma'am, please.
Okay.
And if you could raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Please swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, please be seated, ma'am.
Pippin's mom, yes,
Can you
this
tell us your
is
name, please?
the Darrell Brooks
Georgianne
prosecutor.
Pavlons.
Okay, and we'll note for our record that the jurors are not present, that the purpose of her testimony at this time is to set a parameter or framework for what she might testify about. And you are the mother of Ms. Pavlons, who's deceased, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Galaviz, why don't you ask some questions and we'll see where we are, okay?
Yes, sir. Ms. Pavlons, before I begin, I want to share my condolences to you and your family. But other than that, Steph lived with you the last 10 years of her life. Is that true?
Off and on.
Right, she lived with you and your husband at your home in Delafield?
Yes.
And during that time, she was getting treated for mental health issues? True?
That I couldn't answer.
Was she getting prescription drugs at all?
Yes.
For mental health issues?
No.
What was her prescription drugs for?
She had epilepsy.
Is it like seizures?
Yes.
Was she taking any, because you picked up her prescription drugs at times too, correct?
Yes.
And the only drugs you picked up were for epilepsy?
I don't recall.
And while she was at home for the last 10 years, according to your comments to the police, she would talk about suicide?
Not on a regular basis.
But she did talk about that, true?
Yes.
She talked about killing herself, true?
Yes.
What exactly would she say? And when did when did she begin talking about suicide?
Oh, I don't even know.
Within the last 10 years of her life?
It was very sporadic.
I know, but when did it begin? If you can remember.
I really can't answer that.
Was she talking about it shortly before her death, the years leading up to 2 or 3 or 4 years before her death?
I don't think so.
Well, you remember in 2020 you had picked her up behind the Walmart where she was going to jump in front of a train?
Yes.
And that was just 2 or 3 years before her death, true?
Yes.
That was like October of 2020, true?
Could you repeat that?
That was around October of 2020, true?
I don't remember that.
But you remember going to pick her up behind the Walmart near the train tracks?
Yes.
And as far as you know, you had to go pick, I mean, she had summoned you there, true?
That she had called.
Was she hearing voices about, or what did she tell you when over the phone?
I don't think she ever heard voices.
No, but what did she tell you over the phone that she said, you need to come and get me, I'm going to kill myself?
She was just upset with her situation.
So she was depressed.
Yeah.
Did you ever, do you now, did your husband also witness this depression or the suicide comments that Stephanie would make?
I don't think so.
She would only do it in front of you?
Yes.
And she obviously did it on the day you picked her up at the Walmart. Did she ever make those comments at your residence?
No.
It was only that one time at Walmart?
Yeah.
When you were interviewed by the officers in August of 2022, you had, I think it was September of 2022, you had mentioned that she had been talking about suicide. So you weren't, you remember telling them that?
I don't recall.
You remember being interviewed by Detective Fredericks at your home?
Oh, yeah.
And you, according to your audio recording, you had said that she had talked about suicide for many years. She had talked about dying. You remember telling Detective Fredericks that?
No.
When Detective Fredericks conveyed to you in that conversation that she was discovered dead, your initial comments were that she had talked about suicide. Remember telling him that?
No.
But you could have said that. You just don't remember saying that.
I guess.
You remember her telling the detectives that she had spent time at Rogers?
Yes.
And what year was that?
When she was 18, 17, 18?
Oh, she was a young youth.
Yeah, yeah.
Not recently.
No.
Do you ever remember driving her to her doctor's appointments?
Yep.
And those doctor's appointments were for her depression?
I drove her to a lot of doctor's appointments for whatever was ailing her. She would get shots in her neck, and she had different doctors that she went to.
But you don't recall what kind of medicine she was taking for her ailments?
No.
I have no further questions, Judge. Wait. Strike there. Apparently you were aware that your daughter was a cutter?
A what?
A cutter. She would cut her wrists?
Gosh, I don't remember.
You remember Detective Fredericks calling you October 19th of 2022, and you again told him that Stephanie talked about committing suicide. You again talked about the Walmart incident. Do you remember that conversation on the telephone?
No.
About 6 minutes in the conversation, you talked about she having marks on her wrist that she would cut herself. You don't remember telling him that?
No.
Did you ever see marks on her wrist?
I'm not sure. I could have.
Do you know the last time you saw those marks on her wrist?
No.
I have no further questions, Judge.
State.
Thank you. Ma'am, the time that you were asked about with Walmart, you have no idea when that was?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. And ultimately, you made contact with Stephanie?
Yes.
Okay. And did you bring her back to your house?
Yes.
Was she injured?
No.
Okay. In no way harmed? And do you recall how she reached out to you?
On her cell phone.
Okay. So she called you?
Yeah.
And you said she was upset about her situation. Did you know what her situation was that she was upset about?
Just the way Matt would treat her.
You were asked about Stephanie's mental health, and you said you were not aware if she was on any medications related to her mental health. Is that true?
True.
Okay. So you knew she had some medications. She had a number of different health conditions, but you didn't know what specifically those conditions were or what medications she was taking.
Correct.
Okay. And when you took her to doctor's appointments or you picked up prescriptions for her, did you look at what she was being prescribed?
Not really.
Okay. Did you go into the appointment to see the doctor with her?
No.
Okay. You just transported her?
Yeah.
Okay. You were just asked about Stephanie cutting her wrists. You said you don't know when that happened. What makes you remember that that happened at all?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you and Stephanie talk about her life or the details of her relationship?
No, she was pretty private person.
And if she was depressed, were you someone she would talk to?
I think so. She really didn't have any friends.
And do you recall Ms. Pavlon's your daughter being suicidal in the last year that she was alive?
I don't remember.
Okay. Nothing that sticks out to you as something that was concerning?
No.
Any other questions?
Anything else, Mr. Galaviz?
Just a few questions. Ma'am, you knew your daughter was taking Zoloft, true?
I don't know what she was taking.
But regarding suicide, you knew that she tried to kill herself in March of 2021, true?
I don't know what year it was.
But you remember she tried to kill herself at your home in March, where Matt actually drove over to the house?
Not really.
You don't remember that?
Nope.
You remember Zayla, your granddaughter, Layla being at the house when this occurred?
Yeah, she lived with us.
So Layla was at the house in March of 2021?
No. I think she had already moved to Ohio.
Judge, I have no further questions.
Anything else from the state?
No.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You can have a seat.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right. With having heard that, it will be interesting to see what questions they ask in front of the jury. Obviously, defense won't want anything about how Matt treated her coming in. I'm not sure if that'll be allowed.
We've had a chance to hear Mrs. Pavlon talk about her daughter's mental condition. What do you think I need to do at this juncture? I'll ask the state first.
Well, Judge, I think a lot of what she testified to here would be hearsay, and I think I didn't object to that so that we could have an offer of proof, but I think if she were to testify about a lot of the things that the defense asked her about require her to provide hearsay answers, so certainly the state would be objecting to those types of questions in front of the jury. I think that there's very limited information that the defense can go into based on the court's ruling that they can ask about the last 10 years, and based on her answers, she provides very little information within that time frame.
What are you going to have her testify about?
The background of Stephanie and Mr. Pahl's relationship, that the time period that they were in a relationship, how isolated Miss Pavlon's was socially, where she was living during this time frame when they would see her, how they helped her, how they came in contact with her, how often they would see her, things of that nature.
All right. Mr. Galaviz, any comments?
I think Mr. Wolf wanted to make the argument.
If I may.
Yes.
Mr. Wolf, go ahead.
One witness, one lawyer. Okay.
Well, Judge, I think...
Talk to each other first if you want to, but...
One horse, one rider. Judge says, no, you can't tag team this one.
Well,
you started, you finish.
Right. Judge, we're only going to go back to what she remembers, but also she did make statements to Detective Fredericks regarding suicide and things like that. So if she gets on the stand and says she doesn't remember, I'm going to play her clips of her telling Detective Rogers what Detective Fredericks, the statements that she made, that being the witness, made to Detective Frederick regarding
hearsay.
Stephanie discussing suicide, which is also in the diaries that you're allowing in, where Stephanie talks about jumping in front of a train, talks about suicide in March of 2021, talks about in April of that same year wishing she would have taken the whole bottle. So, I mean, those are coming in through her diary that you're allowing into the state to have no objection to. So,
So I'm a little confused here because I think you all remember my surprise perhaps when there was discussions about what would be elicited or what was going to be presented to the jurors. And now I'm hearing that if, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I'll use the first name, Georgianne Pavlons says, this is what Stephanie told me, the state's going to object. And when and if they object, I have to respond. And what Stephanie Pavlons told her would be, if there's an objection, inadmissible hearsay. But then likewise, I had earlier in these proceedings with the motions in limine asked about the contents of Ms. Stephanie Pavlon's diary, and I was told that in essence each side wanted to get information in. And so, as I said, if I hear an objection to hearsay, I'll deal with it when I hear that objection. If tomorrow during Georgianne Pavlon's testimony, she's asked a question that calls for, or elicits a hearsay response, I'll do whatever I have to do at that time. If later on someone's asking what was written in the diary and there is an objection, I'll respond to it accordingly. If I don't hear an objection, I have no response to make. So this issue was raised previously. It seems to me that much of what was asked, and I understand Mr. Galaviz, given the framework of what's previously been stated by the parties, that you felt that you have free range to ask about what Stephanie told Georgianne. But if I get an objection, I'll respond accordingly tomorrow. That's all I can say, right? I mean, it seems clear to me that it is hearsay, and that if there's an objection, I'll respond. And if there continues to be questions calling for hearsay testimony, then I'll respond whenever it comes up. I don't know what else to tell you folks. I mean, that's the way it works. And if there's some tacit agreement to let what's in a diary in, that's a different question for me. And it appears to me that that is the case. But that's all I'll say. All right? Anything else from the state?
No.
Defense?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. Be in those seats
we'll
right
see
before
you in
8:30.
about a minute. We're not going
yes,
anywhere.
it is my intent to start at 8:30.
Okay.
Judge, I only asked that in case you have like a plea or some other matters on your calendar. I wasn't trying to be a smart aleck.
Oh, okay.
This time.
Right.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
All right. So as they go on their little merry way, we're going to jump ahead to yesterday, which was day 2. This is interesting. Defense basically says we're going to ask Stephanie's mom about all these things because, Judge, you've already allowed him in because you allow her diary in, and she talks about these things in her diary. And the judge, in a careful way, says, not so fast, defense. Just because I've allowed that piece of evidence in by both parties stipulating that they'll allow it in, doesn't mean that you can bring in other people's testimony, which would be hearsay. If it's objected to, I'm going to keep it out. And so they're like, you can't just get free reign because, well, we got it in through the diary. Now we can ask anybody about hearsay about the same thing to bolster that. So it's going to be a little bit contested here on day 2. Let's see. Let's get her up on the stand. Just one moment here. Just a moment.
Everybody understands somebody from the IT department is probably going to come up and help the deputies with their computer in the course of the trial, but I don't want it to disrupt us. We want to move forward. And again, all 14 jurors are here.
Honestly, I think the defense's argument. What is that coffee mug? Whoa, Judge, I need to see what your coffee mug just said. Checking the replay machine. Can go back in time and see what the judge was doing. quick. I've got to catch it.
All rise for the jury.
Just for the mug. We're going to zoom in and see what it says here. Okay, check this out. Where is it? Right here. We'll keep the audio going. This is the judge's coffee mug. Life sucks and then you die. Let's see. That's what I'm reading right here. Not sure what it says on it.
And it's my understanding that during the course of the trial, unrelated to our case, our bailiffs are having some difficulty with their computer, and they're just going to have somebody from the IT department come in. So if you see somebody wander in and go over there, that's all that is. It's like the Wizard of Oz. Don't pay any attention to that. Okay? So, call your witness, please.
Thank you. The state will call Georgianne Pavlans.
Em, come on up to the witness stand, please. Ma'am, if you come on up to the witness stand over here.
All right, same testimony in front of the jurors now.
And if you would raise your right hand and face our clerk, please.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, have a seat, please. Tell us your name, please.
Georgianne Pavlans.
And spell your first name for us, please.
Georgiann.
And Pavlon's the last name?
Yes.
Spell that.
Pavlons.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Mrs. Pavlans, who are you married to?
Richard,
And do you have any children?
3.
Okay. Can you tell me the names of your 3 children?
Rich is our oldest, and David's our middle child, and Stephanie was our youngest.
Okay. And do you remember Stephanie's date of birth?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. What was her date of birth?
February 19th, 1978.
Okay. Do you have any grandchildren?
Yes.
Okay. How many grandchildren do you have?
2.
And what are their names?
Layla Pavlans and Zachary Pavlans.
Who are Layla's mother and father?
Layla's mom is our daughter Stephanie, and her father is Matt Pahl.
And do you remember what year she was born in?
2003.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's previously been marked as Exhibit 55, and I'm going to publish that to the jury. Who's in this picture?
My daughter Stephanie.
And when was this taken? Do you know?
Ooh.
Looks like winter. There's not a lot of leaves on the trees.
I can't remember.
Okay. Well, is it an old photograph or is this pretty recent?
Oh, it's pretty recent.
Okay. This is how Stephanie looked before she ultimately died?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall Stephanie being in a long-term relationship?
Yes.
Who was she in a relationship with?
Matt Pahl.
And do you remember when she met him?
In 99 at Sunset Bowl.
Okay. How old would Stephanie have been when she met him? Was she pretty young?
Yeah. She would have been 21.
And was Matt the same age as her or older?
He was older.
Do you recall how much older he was?
No.
Okay. But older than her?
Yeah.
And looking at Exhibit 55, it looks like Stephanie was a pretty thin, petite girl. Is that how she always was her whole life?
No.
Okay. Was she thin in the early 2020s?
No, not really. Not thin like she is here.
Okay. And in 2022, was she pretty thin?
Yeah.
Once Stephanie met Matthew Pahl, did she move in with him or did she continue to live with you?
No, she moved in with him.
And do you recall about when that would have been?
I think I'm not sure.
Did they date for a long time before they moved in together, or was it a?
No.
Okay. Was it pretty quick that they moved in together?
I think so.
Okay. Do you see Mr. Pahl in court here today?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you please identify him by where he's seated and an item of clothing he's wearing?
Judge, I'll stipulate the ID.
All right. Thank you. Next question.
So once Stephanie moved in with Matt, did she live with you full time ever again?
No.
Where was she living after she moved in with Matt? Did you
In
know?
Menominee Falls.
How long did they live in Menominee Falls?
I really don't know. Because when they moved out of Menominee Falls, we didn't know that they had moved.
Okay. Did Stephanie share a lot of information about her life with you?
Not really. She was a pretty private person.
And Layla was born in 2003?
Yes,
Do you know where they were living when Layla was born?
in Menominee Falls.
Okay, and so Layla, Stephanie, and Matt were all living together.
Yes.
Was Stephanie's relationship with Matt could be categorized as kind of on again, off again?
Not at the beginning.
Okay, tell me about how their relationship was in the beginning.
They were just, he had his own business of fixing up houses inside and out, and she was his main worker.
Okay, so Stephanie actually worked for Matt?
Yeah, they worked together.
What kind of work did they do?
Construction on people's homes.
When Stephanie met Matt, so she met him in 1999. Before that, did she have a lot of friends?
She had a few, yeah.
And a few close friends?
Yeah.
After she met Matt, did you know if Stephanie had any friends?
Not really. She didn't really have any friends.
Okay. And would Stephanie come and stay with you and your husband Richard sometimes?
Yes.
When did that start happening?
I can't recall.
Was it sometime in the last 5 years, 10 years?
Probably the last 5 to 8 years.
Okay. So you said at the beginning of their relationship, Matt and Stephanie stayed together all of the time, right?
Yep.
At what point did that start to change?
Oh, probably. That's a hard one.
Let me ask you a different question. In the last 5 to 8 years, was Stephanie staying at your residence on and off?
Yes.
Okay. And would she have things that she kept at your residence?
Yes.
Was there also belongings that she kept at Matt's residence?
Yes.
And in those last 5 to 8 years, did Stephanie tell you when her and Matt would move to a different location?
No.
Why not?
Big secret.
It was a big secret?
Yeah.
She didn't want to talk to you about where she was living?
No.
If she did come over to your house, how would you know that she was coming?
She'd call me on her phone.
All right, so she has her own phone. You have her phone number. You guys communicate via text, call, something else?
Mostly calling.
Okay. And did she have a key to your residence?
I don't think so.
Okay. Would she come over if you and Richard weren't home?
No.
And Layla, when Layla's in high school, she's living in your home.
Right.
Okay. So does Stephanie come over and spend time with Layla at your home?
Yeah.
And was Matthew welcome in your home?
No.
Why not?
Because of the way he treated her.
Way he treated who?
Steph.
Okay. What bothered you about that?
I just thought it was an unhealthy relationship, and she, I don't know.
In the last 5 to 8 years, did Matt ever come to your residence?
No.
Did you guys ever talk on the phone?
No.
You didn't have any communication with Matt?
No.
What kinds of things would Stephanie keep at your house?
Clothes.
Did she keep journals?
Yeah.
Bags, purses?
Yeah, she always maybe had 2 purses.
Okay. And how did you know that she was keeping things at Matt's house as well?
Because she'd go back there and live with him, but she wouldn't take anything from our house to go to his.
Okay, so she'd leave your house and she's not carrying a duffel bag full of clothes.
No.
And she would be there for a long period of time?
Yeah.
Would there be periods of 5, 10, maybe even 15 days where you don't see her? She's not at your house?
Correct.
Periods even longer than 15 days?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so you would see her sporadically. Did you ever have a plan of when you knew you were going to see Stephanie or she was going to come over to your house and spend the night?
No.
Did Stephanie have a car in the last 5 years?
No.
So how did she get around?
Well, either Matt would take her or I would be her driver.
So if Stephanie had a doctor's appointment, how would she get there?
I would take her.
If she needed to pick up a prescription, how would she do that?
I would take her.
And were you picking her up from her place where she's staying with Matt or something else?
No, because we didn't know where they lived.
So if Stephanie calls you and says, hey, Mom, I have a doctor's appointment. I need you to pick me up. Would you go to her apartment to pick her up?
No.
Where would you meet with her?
Wherever she told me to go. Either the last place that she lived with him there was a Subway there. I would pick her up there. Or there's a gas station down on the corner of Delafield and Summit. I'd pick her up there.
And that was always at her insistence that you come to a different location to pick her up?
Yeah.
At some point, though, in 2021 or 22, did you learn that she was living on Delafield Street at an apartment?
Yeah, she told me.
Okay. And you learned that she was living at 1001 Delafield Street, the Willow Street apartments?
Yeah.
Was that unusual that she actually told you where she was living?
I kind of guessed it, I think, because I saw her. I watched her one day, kind of followed her, but...
So you followed her and kind of saw her walk up to those apartments?
Yeah. And I saw Matt's truck in the back.
And you said kind of throughout her life, her adult life, it was common for you to not know exactly where she was living.
Correct.
Was Stephanie a private person?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
She just kept a lot of things to herself and didn't really share what was going on. I mean, there were times where I'd pick her up from her workplace. You know, I knew where she was working, but yeah, she really didn't share too much of what was going on.
So even though you saw her sporadically and maybe frequently, you weren't talking about her personal life.
Right.
Would you ask questions and she just didn't care to share, or you just didn't even
Sometimes.
ask? Okay. Did you mostly talk about her daughter, Layla?
Yeah.
Did she ever tell you about problems that she was having or her relationship? Would she talk to you if she was having problems?
No, not really.
And did she have any friends that she would talk to?
No.
You said that you drove Stephanie a lot of places, but would Matt also drive Stephanie to appointments or to pick up her prescriptions?
Yes, he would.
And how would Stephanie get to your house if she was coming over?
Matt would bring her.
And describe to me your house. Does it have a long driveway or is it close to the road?
It's not a long driveway.
Okay, and when Matt would come and drop her off, would he pull in the driveway, come in and say hi to you?
No.
How did that drop-off interaction go?
He would just drop her off on the street.
So he wouldn't even pull into the driveway?
No.
And you never had any interactions with him when he would stop in?
No.
He wouldn't come in and see Layla?
No.
He wouldn't come in and talk to Layla?
No.
Did you ever have any concerns about Stephanie misusing her medications that she had?
Not really.
Okay. And when you would help her pick up her prescription, you weren't holding on to that for her, right?
No.
You were just driving her to the pharmacy to make those errands?
Yes.
In the summer of 2022, did you learn that Matt had hurt his foot?
Yes.
Had Stephanie been staying with you when she learned about that?
Yeah, I think she had been with us for a few days.
And what happens once Matt hurts his foot? Does she continue to stay with you?
No.
Where does she go?
Back by Matt to take care of him.
So she starts taking care of Matt and helping him with his foot?
Yeah.
Did you start seeing Stephanie less often?
Yes.
Was she staying with Matt more and more often after that injury occurred?
Yes.
Now, you said there was a time that you learned she was living at that apartment in Delafield. Did you ever know where they were living just prior to that apartment on Delafield Street?
Yes.
Where were they living before that?
On West Avenue by Walmart.
And you had picked up and dropped Stephanie off in that general area?
Yes.
When she left that apartment and ultimately goes to the Delafield Street apartment, was there a difference in how many belongings and personal items she kept at your house?
Yeah, she brought a lot of stuff to our house.
When she left the West Avenue apartment?
Yes.
So she had more of her things at your house after moving into Delafield Street?
Yes.
But still you knew she had things at Matt's because she wasn't carrying a big duffel bag every time she left?
Right.
Now, at the end of July, early August of 2022, did you and your family take a trip up to the Wisconsin Dells?
Yes.
And did Stephanie and Layla accompany you and your husband on that trip?
Yes.
Is that a trip that you often took with Layla as she was growing up?
Yeah, we had a condo up there that we stayed at once a year, a timeshare.
And this time, in July, or I think it was the early August of 22, did Layla bring her boyfriend?
No.
So while you're on that trip, how did Stephanie seem?
She was excited to go with us because she hadn't gone with us for many years.
And how many days do you usually go when you go to the Dells?
Usually 10.
So you're up there for a long period of time?
Yeah.
Was Stephanie there the whole time or just a part of it?
No, she was there the whole time.
Okay, and does she drive up there with you?
Yeah.
And she comes back with you?
Yes.
And while you're up there, did she have any sort of disagreement with any of your family members?
Yeah, with her dad.
Okay. And when that disagreement happens, what does Stephanie do?
She went for a walk.
Did Stephanie like to go for walks?
Yeah.
She seems like she's a pretty active person.
Yes.
Working out a lot, going for walks. Were you concerned at all that she went for a walk that day?
Not really.
And did she come back?
Yeah.
The last time that you saw Stephanie, fair to say that was towards the end of August of 2022?
Yeah.
She had stayed at your residence?
Well, when we got back from our timeshare, she went back by Matt.
Okay. And did you see her again at your house later in the month?
I don't think so.
Okay. So from the end of August until ultimately the police come to your residence on September 12th, had you heard from Stephanie?
No.
Now, tell me, was that unusual or concerning to you?
No, but what concerned me is a package came to the house, and I texted her to tell her that she had a package, and she didn't respond, and she always responded.
Did she always respond to your text messages, or just if she had a package?
To the text message.
Okay. And was that the first time that you had texted her in that period of time?
Yes.
Do you recall, was that about September 8th?
No, I think, no, that was maybe the 25th of August.
Okay. And so when you text her and you don't hear a response, that's unusual.
Yeah.
Tell me why you didn't call the police.
I wasn't concerned with what was going on.
Did you have any reason to be concerned?
Not really.
Throughout her adult life, there'd be times where you wouldn't hear from her for a period of time.
Yes.
And although this might be unusual, were you worried about her safety?
No.
Had you heard from Matt that something bad had happened?
No.
Had you heard from Matt that he didn't know where she was?
No.
If you had heard something like that from Matt, would that have prompted you to contact the authorities or the police?
Possibly.
Okay.
But that's unusual.
Sure. Was it common for Stephanie to go anywhere without her phone?
No.
She always had her phone with her?
Yeah.
What about her purse?
Yeah, her purse too. She had her purse.
Always had her purse?
Yep.
So if she was leaving your house and, say, running an errand, would she have her phone in her purse?
Oh, yeah.
If she was leaving your house because she was getting picked up by Matt, would she have her phone and her purse?
Yeah.
So when Detective Fredericks and Detective Plennis come to your house and meet with you on September 12th of 2022, did you have any idea why they were there?
No.
Were you surprised to learn that Stephanie had been missing?
Yeah.
And between the last time that Stephanie left your house and when the police came to your house on September 12th, you never heard from Matt?
No.
Did detectives then at your house show you some photographs that they asked you to identify?
Yes, I believe of a ring and her tattoo.
Did they show you a pair of shoes?
Yeah, her shoes.
Okay.
That's what it was.
And what were they asking you when they showed you these pictures?
If I knew whose they were.
And did you know whose they were?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you first Exhibit 56. Do you recognize those shoes?
It showed it for a second, then it popped away, but yeah.
Okay, are they on your screen now?
No.
All right, we'll just give it a second. Okay.
Yeah, those are her shoes.
Those are her shoes? Those are Stephanie's shoes?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to show, I would move to admit Exhibit 56.
All right.
Objection.
Admitted.
And Exhibit 57.
No objection.
Those are Stephanie's shoes? That's just a different angle?
Yes.
Okay. And they asked you to identify a ring. I'm going to show you Exhibit 58. Do you recognize that ring?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that something that Stephanie wore often?
No.
But you knew it to be Stephanie's?
Yeah.
I would move Exhibit 55
already
through
saw that one.
58. 55 is the first photo.
All right. Admitted.
Now, Mrs. Pavlons, did you also, when law enforcement came to your residence, turn over some planners or some journals that you had found in her room?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you
Here's the ring one more time.
Exhibits 59 and 60. Can you take a look at these, please, ma'am?
Little green stone there.
You recognize these?
Yes.
Okay, and these are the journals that you turned over to law enforcement in September of 2022?
Yes.
Did you find those in Stephanie's room at your house?
Yes.
Was it on September 12th of 2022, after you looked at those photographs, that Detective Plennis and Detective Fredericks advised you that Stephanie was deceased?
Yes.
Thanks, Josh.
Did you have any reason before that meeting at your house to believe that she was in danger, unwell, or even deceased?
No.
I think the defense is saying that's perfect. I think they're going to be able to get to what they want.
So,
from her.
Georgianne, after you learned from the police that Stephanie was deceased, did you call Matt?
No.
Did you talk to him?
No.
Did you tell him that Stephanie was deceased?
No.
And so that was on September 12th that you learned and were able to confirm that Stephanie was no longer alive, right?
Yes.
You talked a little earlier about Stephanie doing some work, and she worked with him with Matt in a refurbishing company. Did she have any other work that she did?
No.
Did she get a paycheck from Matt?
No.
How did she get paid?
He would just pay for things that she needed. He wouldn't give her money from the job.
And did you and her father, Richard, want her to get a real job where she would get a paycheck and have some money of her own?
Yeah, we wanted her to do that.
How long have you and Richard lived at your current residence?
52 years.
Okay, so the entire time that Stephanie and Matt are together, you're living at your residence?
Yes.
And that's in Delafield?
Yes.
Matt's obviously been to your residence if he's dropping Stephanie off. He always knew you to live there?
Yeah, I think.
And Stephanie had your cell phone number, or do you have a house phone at your house?
We have both.
Okay.
Cell and a house.
Okay, so she, I'm guessing, had your cell phone number, your house number saved in her phone?
Yeah.
She was contacting you regularly using her cell phone?
Yeah, off and on.
Did you know Stephanie to be a smoker?
Oh, yeah.
Did she smoke regular cigarettes, or did she use some type of vaping device?
I think she did both.
And was that something she'd done pretty much all her life?
No, I'm not sure when she started smoking. It wasn't in high school or...
You know, in the last few years, she was
Vapes are only
certainly
like
smoking.
20.
Yeah.
And both using cigarettes and vapes?
She started using the vape to try to quit smoking. She really had a very difficult time with quitting.
Francis, that's what the defense is sort of putting out there, that's a possibility.
Thank you, Ms. Pavlans. I don't have any other questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Pavlans.
Morning.
Thank you for being here. So let's start backwards. You know for a fact that Matt was paying Stephanie with cash, true?
No, that I don't know.
Because you said she was secretive.
Right.
And she didn't share anything with you, really. True?
Yes.
So you don't know if Matt was giving her cash or how he was paying her, true?
True.
In fact, she was collecting Social Security, true?
She was on SSI, yes.
For about 20 years, true?
Yeah.
And she had a food card, true?
Yes.
Let's paint the victim in a bad light. So what game we're playing here?
And he indicated back in June of 2022, you learned that Matt hurt or broke his foot, true?
Yes.
And you learned that through Stephanie?
Yes.
Did you see Matt in any kind of medical... Did you strike that? Did you ever see Matt during that time?
I don't remember.
I mean, you don't know for a fact whether he broke his foot, do you?
No.
But you only know what you know from Matt when Stephanie would tell you things about him, true?
True.
And she was very limited in what she would tell you, true?
Yes.
But prior to Matt breaking his foot in June of 2022, she had been living with you, true?
No. Our house wasn't her residence. She lived most of the time with Matt. She would come and visit us.
So didn't she have a bedroom at your home?
No, because our granddaughter had the bedroom.
So where would she sleep when she would sleep over at your house?
In a bunk bed, along with her daughter.
In the same room?
In the same room.
And is that where she kept her diaries?
Yes.
That's where she kept her prescription drugs?
Yes.
That's where she kept her clothes?
Yes.
She sometimes kept her prescription drugs in the bathroom, true?
No.
You told the officers that she kept her prescription drugs in the bathroom, but your husband got upset with that. Is that true?
Well, I don't remember that.
But during this period, Stephanie had gone over to Matt to help him because she had told you he had broke his foot, true?
True.
Do you know what she was doing to help him?
I think she was driving him to appointments. He couldn't drive because of the broken foot.
But you don't know that for a fact. Stephanie was telling you that, true?
True.
And you indicated that during this time you had no concerns at all about Stephanie being with Matt, true?
True.
During this time, from June until August, did she ever come back home?
I don't remember.
Well, prior to June, when she was going over to Matt's house, prior to June now, did she ever come home?
Yeah.
And did she sleep at your home?
Yes.
And you didn't have any concerns when she would come over from Matt's house, did you?
No.
And you indicated that when you would go pick her up at Matt's residence, that you learned because you followed her, you would pick her up nearby, true?
True.
And nearby would be a subway, true?
True.
And nearby is also the Waukesha Police Department, true?
No.
I mean, if you drove down Delafield, you would have to go past the Waukesha Police Department to get to Matt's house, true?
There's no police department around on Delafield Street.
Oh, you don't notice the Waukesha Police Department? Did you ever see the big cow on Delafield Street?
Yeah, it used to be Golden Guernsey.
Correct. And right next door is the Waukesha Police Department. You never noticed that?
Oh, okay, next to that bakery.
Correct.
Yeah.
And that was only a short distance from where Matt lived, right? Maybe a block or so? True?
Maybe a couple blocks, yeah.
And in fact, where the apartment is right down the street here from the courthouse, true? Away from the sheriff's department, maybe a couple blocks, true?
True.
There's a lot of truths going on. That's all I can hear.
And you knew, because Stephanie told you, that she was not on Matt's lease, true?
True.
She was not supposed to be staying there, true?
True.
There's so many truths. True, 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 true. It's only this one lawyer. We try not to count things that are just one person.
Did you know that was one of the reasons why you couldn't pick her up by the entrance of the apartment building? Because she was not on the lease.
That I don't know.
Did you ever drop her off at Matt's apartment?
No.
Just picked her up?
Yeah, well, never picked her up from the apartment.
Nope,
Picked her up from, different places.
Yeah, thank you for correcting me. But you never dropped her off near places near the apartment. You're always the pickup person.
No, I would drop her off too. When she'd come to our house, I'd have to take her back home or back to Matt's. So.
What time period was that? Was that during this June, July, August period, or even before that?
I can't remember.
Yeah, and you never noticed that when she would leave your house, she would pack up clothing in a bag and a travel bag to go to Matt's house?
Yeah, I think sometimes she would.
Yeah, and then sometimes when she would come back from Matt's house, she would come back with her dirty clothes in her travel bag and wash her clothes at your house.
Yep.
You remember that?
Yeah.
And that happened quite often, true?
That I'm not sure.
And you indicated that you were aware that Matt would drive Stephanie to her appointments, true?
Yes.
Again, you only knew that because Stephanie was telling you that.
Right.
You didn't know that for a fact. True?
Well, how do you prove something like that?
Correct. You only knew she was telling you stuff, and
Yeah.
you would drive her to her appointments, true?
Yes.
You would drive to pick up her prescription, true?
A few times.
A few times you picked it up yourself without Stephanie, true?
Yeah.
And that was her alprazolam, true?
I have no idea what I was picking up.
The police have records of you picking up her alprazolam. Would you disagree with those records?
Nope, but that's what I told them. That's got to be true.
You also picked up her buprenorphine patches. I think it's spelled buprenorphine.
Yeah, whatever.
And you were aware she was also taking oxycodone and other medicines for her epilepsy, true?
Yeah.
And these are some of the prescriptions you were picking up and some of the prescriptions she was picking up when you were driving her, true?
Yeah.
And where were you picking up these prescriptions at?
I think mainly Pick and Save over off of Sunset.
The pharmacy over off of Sunset here in the city of Waukesha?
Yes.
And in that Pick and Save area, there's other stores like the Target
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of stores, a lot of eating places.
And again, if it wasn't for Matt driving her around, it was you, true?
Yes.
Like you indicated, you were basically her taxi driver, true?
True.
And she didn't drive too much because she didn't have a car, true?
True.
She also had seizures, true?
Yes.
In fact, one time when she was driving, she had a seizure and she crashed her vehicle, true?
True.
And she got herself injured, right?
Yes.
And she was taking medicine for her injury, true?
Probably.
Her back. She injured her back.
Yeah.
And in this business that Matt had for fixing up and restoring homes, you indicated Steph would help him, true?
Yes.
And sometimes you would pick her up from the job site
Yes.
and take her back to your house.
Well, I'll take her to appointments.
Okay. And you know, Matt and Steph had a storage unit up in Sussex, true?
Yes, I
The
believe
Pewaukee
so.
area.
Yeah.
Yeah, you went there, true?
Yeah, she showed me.
Yeah, you went with Steph.
Yeah.
Matt wasn't with you, true?
No.
Did you enter the storage facility with Steph?
No.
Objection relevant.
Overruled. Continue. Next question.
Again, you indicated Steph smoked cigarettes, true?
Yes.
She vaped, true?
Yes.
Did she go outside the house at your place to do that, or did she do that inside the house?
Mostly outside, but sometimes she would in the house, and we didn't really want her to do that in the house, but sometimes she did.
But mostly she went outside the house, true?
Yes.
Because that would make you happy.
Yeah.
And you indicated times that she would go for walks, too,
Yeah.
when she was at your house, true?
Yeah.
Do you know where she would walk to?
There's a lot of paths behind our house that go down to the lake. You know, Negawicka Lake. There's a walkway.
Are those paths wooded?
Yeah, there's some.
Because, I mean, just so everyone knows, you live a short distance from the orthopedics building, true?
No, we live in the city of Delafield.
Right, it's right down, if you keep going down Golf Road past the orthopedics place toward Delafield, you live right there, true?
Yeah, in Delafield.
Right, it's about 5 or 6 miles from the building?
That I don't know.
And there are paths that lead from your house to the orthopedics building, true?
That I have no idea.
And I think you indicated that in the beginning of August, you and Steph and the family all went up to the Dells for 10 days, true?
True.
Did you take her there?
Yeah.
And she was having a great time, she was happy, true?
Yeah.
And prior to that, she had been at Matthew's apartment, true?
While we were up there?
No, prior to you taking her, she had come from Matthew's apartment.
Yes, yes.
And again, when she came up there, you had seen her, she appeared to be fine, true?
Yeah.
And you said when she was up there, her and your husband got in an argument and she went for a walk in the woods, true?
True.
And did she take her purse?
I don't remember.
She probably didn't take her purse, would you think?
Probably not. Maybe her phone.
Right. So you don't know what she took, true, but she didn't take her purse.
I don't remember.
And isn't it true she got lost in the woods?
Not that I don't know.
Now, Ms. Pahl, the last time you saw Stephanie, based upon my reading of what I've received, was around August 20th of 2022, true?
I don't remember the date. It's the day we got back from our timeshare.
When did you get back?
I don't remember.
Okay. But if the reports indicate that you got back around August 5th, would you disagree with those reports?
Like I said, I don't remember.
Fair enough. So around August 20th, you don't remember Matt coming over to pick her up at your house? Because they were going to go swimming?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No.
And again, you don't have contact with her. You said around August 25th, she receives a package and you text her.
Yes.
Do you know what was in the package?
No.
And she doesn't respond, true?
True.
You don't have any concerns about that she doesn't respond?
No.
And again, you don't have contact with her at all until, or that was the last time you had contact with her, right? When Matt came up and picked her up, true?
Yeah.
And then when the police came over to your house September 12th, you indicated to them that you had a feeling that she had passed away, true?
I don't remember. If it's in the report, I guess it's true.
Yeah, it says you weren't surprised because you had a feeling she had passed away, true?
I don't remember.
And kind of the first words that came out of your mouth was suicide, true?
Don't remember.
And you kind of indicated to the officer, you did indicate to the detective, Detective Fredericks was the person that was talking to you at the time, true?
True.
And he's in court today, right?
Yes.
And he was with another detective, a Detective Plennis, true?
Yes.
For the record, spelled P-L-E-N-N-E-S. And they were interviewing you and your husband, true?
True.
But mainly Detective Fredericks was talking to you, true?
True.
And you had indicated that, even if she had died, Matt wouldn't have told you that, wouldn't have called you to let you know, true?
True.
You guys weren't talking to each other, true?
True.
For about 20 years, true?
Not that long, I don't think.
For a long time, true?
Yeah.
You didn't call him, true?
True.
He didn't call you, true?
True.
No talking, ever.
I didn't call anybody true. There's so many truths here.
And they kind of told you where they found her body, true, by orthopedics, true?
True.
And you had no
You got
idea
two
why she would
truths
be
in that
there, true?
question.
True.
You had no idea that she had been accompanying Matt to orthopedics for his appointments, true?
Well, yeah, I knew his appointments were there.
You didn't know she was going with him to his appointments.
Well, when she had to drive him, yeah, she'd go with him.
You knew she was taking him to the orthopedics there on Gulf Road?
Wherever his appointments were, I knew she was driving. I don't know where the appointments were.
Oh, okay.
But,
So you knew she was taking him to his appointments, but you didn't know where those appointments were,
Right.
true? So when you told the police you had no idea why she would be in that area, that's true. You had no idea, right?
right.
That that's where she was taking him.
yeah,
Or he was taking her and she was waiting for him, true?
yeah.
There was something she didn't share with you, true?
True.
And you indicated that she was a very quiet person, your daughter, true?
Yes.
She could hardly get a word out of her, true?
True.
And you indicated that they lived in Menominee Falls for a while, true?
Yes.
Layla was born there, too?
Yes.
Eventually, Layla was taken away from them and lived with you, true?
True.
And you raised Layla since she was about 9, true?
True.
Oh, for the days of the good old.
Is that
You
correct?
told the Detective Fredericks that she was on a lot of medication, true?
True.
I long for.
That
Is
she
that
got
correct?
shots in her neck for her seizures, true?
Wasn't for seizures.
What was her shots for?
She had hurt her neck, and she had pain, a lot of pain in her neck. I think it might have been from that car accident.
And when they lived in Menominee Falls, Matt and Steph, there came a point in time, did you ever drive over to the residence of Menominee Falls?
Oh, sure.
Did you do that many times?
Yeah.
Did you ever have to drive down there because your daughter, Stephanie, called you and she was depressed?
No.
You ever remember telling the detectives, you told Steph, don't do it, and then you told the detectives at the same time that, my cousin committed suicide, my uncle committed suicide. Remember telling the detectives that?
No, I don't.
And in that same breath, you told the detectives that when they lived on West Avenue, you went and met Stephanie behind the Walmart by the train tracks, true?
Yeah.
What was her demeanor like when you saw her by the train tracks?
She was very upset.
Did she seem depressed?
No, she was just really upset.
Do you know how close she was to the train tracks?
Aren't they on the other side of Walmart?
Correct.
Yeah.
Did you know how close she was to the train tracks, or where she was standing?
She was on the opposite side from the train tracks. She was by the garden, that side, by the bus stop.
You also told the detective that Stephanie, your daughter, I don't mean to be disrespectful, she was a cutter. Is that true?
I don't recall. I don't remember.
You don't recall telling the detective that Stephanie would cut herself?
No, I don't. If it's in the report, I must have.
So he hasn't tried to impeach her with anything yet. He's threatened to play audio tapes because she did say some of these things to an investigator, and that is recorded.
Ms. Pavlon, do you remember a time in March of 2021 or 2021?
There we go.
When Steph had overdosed at your house?
No, I don't remember that at all.
Do you remember Matt coming over to help?
No, don't remember.
Do you remember Steph coming out of the house to meet Matt and your granddaughter being there, Kayla? Layla?
Yeah, I don't remember.
You don't remember that? So it could have happened, but you just don't remember it today.
I don't know.
Did you ever have, strike that, you indicated Stephanie was taking medication for seizures, true?
True.
Do you know how long she had been taking that medication?
I think from the time that she got pregnant with Layla.
Did you ever see her have seizures?
Yes.
Did she have them frequently?
No.
Did she have them at your house?
A couple of times.
And how would she react when she had seizures? I mean, what would happen to her body?
She could feel it coming, so she'd sit down.
It would
lose her balance.
It would cause her to fall?
Yeah.
Did you see her body shake at all?
I don't remember.
Did she have to unbuckle her clothes or loosen her clothes because she wasn't feeling good?
No.
Was Layla ever around when she had these seizures?
Yeah.
Did Layla also have to help her, Steph, when she had seizures?
Yes.
So either you were helping her or Layla was helping Steph
At
deal
our
with
house.
Stephanie deal with these seizures.
Yeah.
Do you know what would cause her to have these seizures?
Nope, that's why it's called epilepsy.
So they could happen at any time, true?
True.
You never knew when they were coming, true?
True.
True dat. Puts the true in true crime.
You knew that Matt, sitting here to my right, had bought Stephanie a new cell phone, true?
I think so.
You think so, true?
Yeah.
And you knew also that Stephanie was planning on going to the Philippines, true?
True.
You have a family member that lives in the Philippines?
My brother.
And she was planning on going to visit him, true?
True.
Do you know that she was going to go with Matt to the Philippines?
Yes.
What are we at? Who's counting? 72?
And she was just waiting for her passport.
Yes.
I have no further questions, John.
Read rec.
Very briefly. Mrs. Pavlon, you just said she was waiting for her passport. Did her passport arrive after you learned she was deceased?
Yes, it did.
And you said that she was planning on visiting the Philippines. Did you know when that was going to happen?
Well, once she got her passport.
Okay. So she needed that to go to the Philippines.
Yep.
This is how fast I
You were asked about a time at West Avenue when she was behind the Walmart. What was Stephanie upset about on that day?
Objection, hearsay.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Hang on a second. Well, she answered she doesn't remember, and so I'll overrule the objection, but continue. Next question.
Was her passport that package that you messaged her letting her know that it was there, or was that something else?
No, it was something else.
Nothing else, thank you.
All right, any recross?
Just a question on that last answer. You indicated you didn't know what was in the package when I asked you. True?
True.
So how did you know it wasn't a passport?
Well, when the package came, I didn't know what it was.
Oh, but you opened it.
No, I never opened her mail or any packages that she got.
Okay, I have no further questions, Judge.
All right, thank you. Thank you very
74,
much.
75?
Thank you.
Okay. 75 trues.
Next witness.
I caved. We're counting trues.
Your Honor, the state will call Dr. Amy Shield.
Sorry.
Which means I get a rest during the prosecution, and it goes off the rails during defense.
Come on up to the witness stand, please.
True.
And once you get up there, remain standing and raise your right hand. Face our clerk, please.
Please swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Do I count those three trues?
Could you state your name,
Truth,
please?
the whole truth, nothing but the
Amy
truth?
Shield, S-H-E-I-L.
I'm counting them.
All right, go ahead.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you employed?
I'm an associate medical examiner for Waukesha County.
No.
And how long have you held that position?
About 10 years and 5 months.
Okay. Before your testimony here today, did you provide us with a copy of your curriculum vitae?
I did.
And does that truly and accurately represent your education and professional experiences and training?
Yes.
How about
I'd
truly?
like to please display for the witness Exhibit 61, if there's no objection to that. Can we put it up, Mr. Wolf? The CV.
No objection.
All right, no objection. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so we're not going to go through this whole document because I believe it's a little bit lengthy, but if you could just explain to the jury your education and background. If we need to refer to portions of the document, we certainly can.
I completed college and medical school at Creighton University in Nebraska. I graduated with an MD in 2003. And then I completed a residency, which is training in pathology, which is the study of disease and injury. Then I completed a fellowship, which is a year of specialized training in forensic pathology, which is how disease and injury cause death. I practiced in South Carolina as a medical examiner or forensic pathologist for about a year prior to completing an additional fellowship in pediatric pathology. Then I worked as a pediatric pathologist for about 5 years prior to re-entering forensic medicine by coming to Waukesha County.
And if you could just scroll down on page 1 a little bit, please, your certifications and licensing, these are all still current to date?
Yes.
Okay. And are you board certified?
I am.
In what field?
Anatomic and clinical pathology, forensic pathology, and pediatric pathology.
And you have held those certifications for some length of time?
Yes.
What are your main duties and responsibilities as a associate medical examiner?
My main duty is to determine cause and manner of death. And in so doing that, I perform autopsies and external examinations. Sometimes in the course of an examination, I might need to review medical records, perform laboratory tests like toxicology, do an autopsy, which is external and internal examination, microscopic examination, review of police records, and whatever additional information might be necessary in order to determine cause and manner of death. I do some teaching and testify in court.
About how many times have you testified in court?
Probably at least 50.
Are you, well, there's another doctor that works in the medical examiner's office, correct?
Yes.
Are one of you doctors asked to review every death in Waukesha County?
Not every death. Those deaths that are reported to our office, sometimes by facilities, like nursing homes or assisted livings, hospitals, any scene death, which is a death at home, we do review or investigate any deaths that are reported to us.
Are you sometimes notified by law enforcement?
Yes.
And those would, again, be, well, in what circumstance would law enforcement notify you?
Law enforcement notifies us sometimes when it's a home death, sometimes when it's some type of violent death, meaning a motor vehicle accident. Sometimes we are notified by law enforcement when there's been any kind of injury like a hanging or a gunshot wound. And in anything that's suspicious, law enforcement will call us.
And in addition to the medical doctors that work in the office, you have investigators?
Yes.
And what's their role?
Our deputy medical examiners or investigators generally are those people who initially take the call. So they might talk to law enforcement or the reporting facility, gather some background information, and then our investigators are generally the first people to respond if a scene investigation is necessary.
Are they trained, are they medical doctors?
They are not doctors, but they are trained in death investigation.
Okay. And you have a staff of several different people that do that kind of work for you?
Yes.
And you said they will go to a crime scene if called by law enforcement?
Yes.
And then ultimately, may you go to a crime scene if necessary?
Yes.
Who decides whether or not you actually come out there?
The pathologist. Sometimes the law enforcement might request the pathologist to respond, but there are certain cases in which the pathologist always goes. Anything that's suspicious, unexpected, or unusual, some infant deaths, and anything that's complex and maybe regards or needs oversight or additional hands. So if it's a multiple fatality traffic crash, we might also respond.
So you're on call 24/7, 365?
Yes, one of the pathologists in our office is always on call.
Okay. You had testified earlier that your main responsibility in a suspicious death is to determine cause and manner of death. Is that right?
Correct.
Can you explain those terms to the jury, please?
The cause of the death refers to why the person is dead. The manner of death refers to the circumstances surrounding that death. And there are 5 options when it comes to manner of death. It could be homicide, suicide, accident, natural, meaning only a medical condition contributed to the death, or undetermined, meaning there's not enough evidence to commit to a different manner of death. The cause of the death might be a myriad, there might be myriad reasons why a person is dead, but there are only 5 circumstances that explain how the person became dead.
Okay. Can you give us an example of a common cause and manner that you may see in your discipline?
The cause of death might be a gunshot wound to the head. The manner of death could be homicide, it could be suicide, or it could be an accident, depending on the investigation and the circumstances surrounding that death.
Misconduct, thank you. 31
Have you
months.
been called to scenes where you ultimately concluded the manner of death was homicide?
Yes.
More than once?
Yes.
And have you been called to scenes or investigated cases where you determined the manner of death to be suicide?
Yes.
Multiple times?
Suicides less commonly, generally because the pathologist's investigation at the scene is not always necessary.
Whose investigation would you rely on then in a suicide if you don't go to the scene?
The investigator in our office and police.
Okay. Attorney Wolf, did you wish to voir dire the witness any further?
No, she's okay.
Okay, thank you.
She's an expert.
I'm
Let's
going
let her in.
to ask you, on the date of September 9th of 2022, did you respond to a scene in the town of Delafield off of Gulf Road for a report of a dead body that had been found in the woods?
Yes.
And did you physically go up there?
Yes.
Did you inspect the body on scene?
Yes.
Okay. And what were your observations of the body in the field?
Okay.
In the field, I mean the woods.
As I was walking towards where police indicated the body was, I noticed that we were walking through long grass towards a wooded area. On the other side of the wooded area was a golf course. As we approached the wooded area, walking through this long grass, I noticed there was a disposable scalpel to one side of where we were walking. We entered this wooded area where there was quite a lot of vegetation, trees, dead brush, grass, leaves, and there was a body lying on its back, partially clothed, not covered by anything other than some leaves. When I examined the body, I noticed that it appeared to be a woman. She was wearing a black t-shirt, a bra, jeans, and athletic shoes, as well as socks.
What was the condition of the body?
She was moderately decomposed and partially skeletonized.
What does that mean, partially skeletonized?
So she was decomposing, and in the process of decomposition, as the tissues break down, the bone is then exposed. So partially skeletonized refers to the fact that most of the soft tissue was gone from her face, and I could see portions of her skull.
What about her neck area?
Her neck was largely skeletonized. She really didn't have any soft tissue left in the neck area.
Did you observe any insect infestation?
Yes, there were some maggots, mostly pupa casings, which are the casings that surrounded the insect as it was developing. There were beetles and I believe a butterfly.
Okay. Did you,
A butterfly. Wow. I'm adding
you
that to
indicated that the
thumbnail.
body had showed signs of decomposition, correct?
Yes.
When does decomposition of a body start?
Decomposition starts immediately after death, so cessation or stopping of respiration, heartbeat. The cells die immediately. It takes a while for that change or cell death to become evident grossly, so by the naked eye, when looking at a body, but cell death starts immediately after the person is no longer alive.
To your knowledge, doctor, is there an odor unique to human beings that is emitted immediately upon death?
The body starts to decompose immediately. My understanding is that from a canine point of view, there are certain odors that are detectable very shortly after death by a dog. Humans, we can't smell that. We don't have that sensitive a sense of smell, so it's not immediately evident to us.
And is it, have there been identified volatile organic compounds unique to decomposing human remains as opposed to, say, decomposing animal remains?
Yes.
So if the odor can be detected, it can be specific to a human being versus any other animal or living creature?
Yes.
Okay. How does decomposition progress?
Well, cell death starts immediately. We notice at first because the cells lose energy, and that's why rigor mortis, which is stiffening of muscles, comes and then passes. We also see livor mortis, which is pooling of the blood to dependent areas. At about 36 hours, and that's not an exact estimate, depending on the ambient temperature, the temperature of the body habitus. There are a lot of variables that determine how quickly decomposition progresses. But at about 36 hours after death, we might see greening of the abdomen. Sorry, my mouth is very dry. And that greening of the abdomen slowly encompasses the whole body. And then we might see skin slippage or blistering as the skin decomposes. The body will bloat. We'll start to see insects and eventually skeletonization as that soft tissue disappears.
You mentioned environmental factors can play a role. Can you explain that, please?
So if a body is outside, decomposition will proceed more quickly, especially if it's in a warm environment or a hot environment. Decomposition will come on more quickly, be evident more quickly, and progress quite rapidly because we're also dealing with insects. Body indoors generally doesn't have the same type of insect activity that a body outside will have because insects will easily find that body outside and contribute to the decomposition process. If the environment is moist, but there's still oxygen, again, decomposition proceeds quickly.
Ask Ms. Gussie to please put up Exhibit 19, which was previously testified and admitted with Detective LaFleur. Is that on your screen, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. And we did blur the head region of this person, but other than that, is this consistent with your recollection of the victim that you identified, or excuse me, examined in the woods on September 9th of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just, I guess, start near the mid-region and work your way up towards the head and identify for us things you're seeing that are important to your analysis and examination of the body?
If you start at the mid-photo, you can see that the body is at least partially clothed in a black T-shirt. There's a black bra, which is actually pulled up a little bit above the level of the breasts. The skin that you can see of the abdomen, which is below the bra, is very yellow. It looks dry, it's very leathery in terms of quality and wrinkled. The arms are held in a flexed position, so bent at the elbows with the hands near the head. You can see some defects to the chest region where the skin appears to be blackened. This is likely due to a result of insect activity because insects generally will consume soft tissue remains. So insect activity will leave holes in the body, the skin, as they consume the flesh, and that's likely what you're seeing here. One thing to note is that insect activity will start at around orifices. So the lips, the eyes, the mouth, any orifice on the body that insects can get into, they will, and that includes wounds. So if there's any kind of purge fluid, which is fluid emitted after death, or blood, insects are going to be attracted to those areas, and decomposition will proceed more quickly in those areas.
Would that possibly explain why the face and neck were partially skeletonized and the chest area, abdomen was not?
Yes.
Okay.
Are they saying there was a neck wound?
Did you pronounce cause of death at the scene?
I pronounced time of death.
I'm sorry, time of death, yes. And do you remember what time that was?
I don't recall what time exactly.
Okay, we'll get to that in your report then. When you observed the position of this body, did you make any conclusions as to how the body may have come to this place and how long it had been at this resting spot?
It's difficult just based on position to draw conclusions. I think what was more important was that when we moved the body, there was vegetation death underneath the body. So there was no more living leaves. As you can see around the body, there are green leaves. Underneath the body is what we call a cadaver decomposition island. So where the body was in contact with the ground, there was no more vegetation growth or life. And that's due to leaching of decomposition fluid into the ground. It kills the vegetation because there are increased levels of calcium, potassium, phosphorus, things like that, that will kill the growth. The state of decomposition needed to be taken into consideration with the weather in the area, but I thought it had probably been at least a week to a week and a half, maybe a little bit longer, that this body had been in this area.
And did you draw any conclusions or have any impressions of the shirt being pulled up and the arms being up at or around her ears?
Conclusions could be just speculative because I don't know why the shirt was pulled up or the bra was pulled up, but it was ostensibly possible that she'd been dragged and dumped in this area or placed in this area.
Okay. If you could please put up 18. And 18 shows a little bit more of the mid-region and her thighs. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What was going on in the mid-region?
You can see she's wearing denim blue jeans. She has a belt, which is unbuckled. The jeans are unsnapped, and the zipper was a little bit down. You can still see the t-shirt and bra have not been disturbed. They're still pulled up. You can see her navel just above the waistline of the jeans.
Okay. And appears to be some white discoloration on the jeans. Do you know what that is?
There was some dirt on the jeans.
Okay. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay.
Like from being dragged.
Number 16, please. This is the lower portion of the body. And that's the position the legs were in?
Yes.
The body was almost fully stretched out, is that right?
Yes.
Have you seen other, well, strike that. The one leg is bent, but the other leg is almost straight down. Did you draw any conclusions from the position of the legs or the feet?
No.
Okay. What do you recall the weather to have been, either on September 9th or around that time?
It had been very hot during the last week of August. It had also rained at least a couple of times. There was dirt in the fold of the jeans, especially around the ankles. So it looked like it rained hard enough that some dirt from the ground had gotten onto the jeans. But it was hot and humid.
Like the mud splashed up onto the jeans from like a pelting rain?
Yes.
Okay. Did you perform an autopsy on, well, strike that, let me ask you, were you ever able to identify this person?
Yes.
On scene, could you identify this person?
No.
And how did you identify this person?
After we transported the body back to our office, where we have a morgue, we then, the next day, commenced the examination. So based on the clothing she was wearing, and when we took the clothing off, she had 2 tattoos. And she was also wearing a ring, I believe, on her right hand, one of her fingers. Based on the jewelry and the clothing and the 2 tattoos, we were able to make a presumptive identification.
And what was that identification?
That this was Stephanie Pavlon's.
Did you confirm that identification later?
Yes, identification was confirmed based on a surgical pin that was in the scaphoid bone of her right wrist. That was corroborated with Stephanie Pavlon's medical records. We also found a partial denture with her initials SP in the soft tissues near her neck.
And were you able to later confirm that through dental records?
Correct.
Okay.
They put VIN numbers on your
Before
dentures?
I move on, you mentioned the pin in her wrist. What was that about?
She had apparently had a wrist injury at some point, and it's not an uncommon injury, so a pin is placed in this small bone called the scaphoid to hold it in place and let it heal.
So as you were testifying, you were, I think, demonstrating where the scaphoid bone is?
Towards the inside of your wrist.
Okay, maybe just if you could hold it up a little so the people in the back could see here.
Right about there.
Okay. Up really near the base of the thumb?
Yes.
Okay, not down here in the middle area of your wrist or start of your forearm?
Right.
Okay.
That's funny.
That may have been placed there for some type of medical treatment in the past?
Yes.
Okay. Did you perform an autopsy on Ms. Pavlon's body?
Yes.
Have you performed autopsies in the past?
Yes.
How many times?
A lot.
Over 2,000, probably about 2,300 autopsies in my career.
What's the process that you use?
Well, we start with an external examination whenever we're going to do an autopsy. We don't just jump to the Y incision and do an external examination. So the process of an autopsy first starts with making sure we have positive identification. Then we describe identifying features if they're there, like hair color, eye color, any scars, tattoos, and then we move on to injuries, medical interventions, things like that prior to doing the Y incision. At the point at which we're done with the external, we do the Y incision, which is the typical Y incision you may have seen on TV. We open the body and examine all of the internal organs. We look at the organs' relationships to one another, and then we eviscerate, which means we take out all of the organs, further dissect them, and examine each organ individually. We weigh all the major organs and do relatively detailed examinations on each organ. After we've taken out the body organs, then we move on to the head. We always take the brain out after we eviscerate the other organs. And after the brain is removed from the skull, then we do a neck dissection and take out the neck organs.
Is that the procedure you used in Ms. Pavlon's case?
Ms. Pavlon's was somewhat different due to the state of decomposition. I did perform a Y incision. I took out the organs she had remaining, meaning the ones that were not absent due to decomposition. I examined those organs, and then for Ms. Pavlon's, we needed to do an anthropological assessment. So we had to move on with that, which is another type of procedure we certainly don't do in everybody.
Okay, we'll get to that. Okay. I'm going to show you exhibit marked 62.
Okay. I'm looking for a recommendation for a good snack.
Dr. Shield, can you please identify exhibit 62?
I was thinking almonds. Are there good almonds?
This
Anyone
is
have favorites out
Stephanie
there?
Pavlon's autopsy report.
Is this a document that you authored?
Yes.
Okay. And if you would please turn to page 2.
Yes.
And
I'm thinking about food during
if
this
you need to refer
testimony.
to the report, you may. But if you remember this, that's fine too. So I want to start in the section about the clothing and the observations you made about her clothing, please. What do you remember about the clothing, the condition?
You know what? Let's take before we start with this,
Okay.
let's take a break, about 10
Sure.
minutes or so, okay? And then we'll come back after that.
The judge is looking at the jury, and their faces are a little bit green. They say, maybe you can get some fresh air right now. This has been a bit much. Realize that the jury has been seeing these pictures as well. Federal law requires unique identification numbers on all implants and stuff. That's crazy. I didn't know that. Go carnivore. I will tell you, for my lunch I had...
Have a seat, everybody. Thank you. It's just a couple minutes after 10, so I thought it'd be good to take a mid-morning break now, that's all. Anything before we stand down from you, Ms. Opper?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. Take a short break, folks, about 10 minutes. And Doctor, you can step down if you'd like, okay? Kenzie, we're going to need some more water over here, too, okay? Yeah, I know.
We're going to need some more water over here, like stat. All right, we're going to skip this break because we can. It's one of the joys of being him on the rewatch crew. Let's see, skip forward. Let's watch him get brought back in. Is that cool? Wait. Okay. Air dried sweet corn. Don't want to do any chocolate. I'm trying to cut sugar out as well, for the most part. Not 100%, but just most of it. Oh, we have loads of fast forward room. We're that's why we're on 1.25 speed. Wasabi almonds. Those are good, but is it good for you? That's a lot of sodium, I think, right? Or 1.25. Candy corn is out. I've had my last bag of candy corn for the season. That's for sure. Just waiting for the judge to stand up and get the jury back in. I'm thinking hard-boiled eggs. I actually had 3 eggs for breakfast. Eggs and toast for breakfast, fried. Lunch I had apple and peanut butter, which do go together. If you haven't tried that, it's a good thing. Popcorn, no butter. Do you see my new name for AWOL is Apollo? I saw that, and he accepted, I think. Are you really hungry or just conditioned to be snacking? I'm conditioned to be snacking, Laurie. I'm not hungry. I'm not weak. I've been feeding my body extra food for a while, and now it's like, hey, where's that extra food?
Thank you. So, Dr. Shiel, I was on page 2 of your autopsy protocol, Exhibit 62, and asking you to begin describing the observations you noted about Ms. Pavlon's clothing.
She was clad in a short-sleeved black T-shirt, which was askew. The bottom hem was positioned above the breast, and the left sleeve was around the left hand. Black bra, which was pulled up above the breast. Blue denim jeans. There was a safety pin through each cuff of the jeans. She was wearing a black belt with a white metal buckle, which was unbuckled. Light blue underpants. Green and gray socks, and gray, white, pink, and purple lace-up athletic shoes.
All right. And then if you could go down to the next section where you describe the general external examination and explain to us the process there, please.
Okay. So the first line just is an overall description of the body. So she was a decomposed, partially skeletonized, white female based on her hair and the texture of her hair and the color of the hair. The body weight was 46 pounds.
Okay, let me ask you a question there.
Sure.
That was her weight at autopsy, correct?
Correct.
After the body had decomposed?
Yes.
Okay, are you able to give us any indication as to her approximate size prior to her death?
No.
If I told you her driver's license listed a weight of 118 pounds, would that be consistent with what you observed?
Yes.
And did you note what size pants she was wearing in the clothing?
Yes.
What size pants?
Size 7 jeans.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, please.
The estimated body length was 64.5 inches, and that was estimated because her cervical spine, her cervical vertebrae, the vertebrae in her neck, were disarticulated, so I couldn't get an exact body length.
What does disarticulation mean, please?
Oh, they were separated because of decomposition.
So, in layperson's terms, what does that mean?
They were apart, so instead of being in a column and attached like they should have been with ligaments and tendons. They were separated.
Just the vertebrae?
The cervical vertebrae.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
She did not have any rigor mortis. And livor mortis, the blood pooling that I mentioned earlier, was not discernible, again, due to decomposition. She was, in terms of the decomposition, she was missing portions of soft tissue from her scalp, face, neck, and areas of the chest and back. And where the soft tissue was absent, the bones were exposed.
Okay.
Her skin was discolored and desiccated, meaning starting to dehydrate, with areas of sloughing or slippage, meaning the skin surface was coming off. And she had insect activity, including maggots, fly eggs, beetles, and those pupa casings.
Is that consistent with what you had described for us when we had Exhibit 19 up, or 18 showing her body?
It was difficult to see the insects in that photo.
Okay. But the rest, as far as the leathery skin
Yes.
and the discoloration, things like that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take any action as it relates to the insects?
I did collect pupa casings and representative insects, including maggots.
For what purpose?
These were sent to a forensic entomologist at Purdue. The forensic entomologist can examine, speciate these insects or insect casings and give us an estimated range of time these insects would have appeared on the body.
Okay. When during the autopsy, did you observe voluminous number of insects?
Yes.
In various stages?
In various stages, yes.
Okay. All right. What about her head? What observations did you make during the general observation of the head area?
The scalp hair was largely sloughed, meaning it had already separated from the scalp, and what little soft tissue was left on the scalp, the hair was matted and tangled underneath the skull. The hair was light brown with gray roots, straight and about 10 centimeters in length. As far as other features, her eyes were absent due to decomposition. The nasal skeleton, what remained, was intact. Her teeth were natural, but in poor condition. There were several teeth remotely absent, and the ears were absent due to decomposition.
Okay, as for next page, page 3, the torso, what did you observe there?
The skin over the torso and extremities was dry, leathery, discolored, tan brown to black. The cervical spine was exposed due to loss of soft tissues in the neck, and the cervical vertebrae were separated.
Up to 3
In the right
weeks.
supraclavicular region, which is the area of the right shoulder, the hyoid bone and fragments of the neck cartilage were identified.
They're not supposed to be there, are they?
No.
Why were they there?
Partly due to decomposition, so they weren't in their original locations. It could have been some slippage, it could have been animal activity. I don't know exactly why they ended up right here.
Okay. What did you note about the hyoid bone?
The hyoid bone, which is a U-shaped bone that usually sits right under the chin and protects the cartilage of the upper airway. The hyoid bone was intact, so it did not have fractures.
And trachea?
The trachea was not identified.
Was it absent?
Yes.
Okay. So, no eyes, no ears, no trachea, no skin tissue to the nose?
Correct.
Okay. And all of that you believe caused by the insect activity?
Decomposition and insect activity.
Okay. All right. Did you observe, I'm a little bit lower on page 3 now, any evidence of injury to the body?
I observed no external trauma to the body or internal trauma. The caveat is that because she was missing portions of soft tissue, such as the neck, there were limitations to whether there were injuries there that I simply could not evaluate because she was missing those portions of tissue.
Like what kinds of things may you see?
If, say, she were fresh and didn't have decomposition, there could have been bruising to her skin over any area of her body that it would have been evident. Any kind of trauma, sharp force injuries, blunt force injuries,
abrasions,
scrapes, yes.
Okay. And you couldn't see any of that anywhere on her body?
Correct.
Why not?
Decomposition changes the color of the skin, which you saw in those photographs, and it causes hardening or leathery texture to the skin, so it will obscure things like bruises. It might obscure abrasions, but if it's not there, it also can't be evaluated.
Okay. Did that hamper your ability to make ultimate conclusions in this case?
Yes.
Significantly?
Yes.
Did you perform an internal examination on the body?
Yes.
And this is when you described you do the Y incision and examine the internal organs?
Yes.
There's a number of internal organs that were just missing, correct?
Correct.
Absent entirely.
Yes.
Did you have an understanding as to how that occurred?
Her abdominal cavity was full of maggots, so likely insects had consumed those organs.
And I think you note on page 4, no stomach, correct?
Correct.
No small intestine?
Correct.
How about a colon?
No colon.
Appendix?
No appendix.
Kidneys?
No kidneys.
Bladder?
No bladder.
Uterus?
Uterus, fallopian tubes, and ovaries were all absent.
Spleen?
Spleen was not there.
Tongue?
Tongue was not identified as well.
How about the brain?
There was no brain tissue left in the skull.
Again, did that significantly hamper your ability to draw conclusions in this case?
Yes.
Are these the types of organs that you would ordinarily examine and perhaps analyze if necessary during the course of an autopsy?
Yes.
Did you collect any toxicology samples?
I collected skeletal muscle as well as tissue from the area of her liver and sent both of those specimens for toxicology.
Ideally, are those good sites to obtain samples from?
Generally, the liver is a better site than skeletal muscle if one has to use tissue for toxicology. Blood is the best specimen for toxicological analysis.
Why couldn't you send any blood?
Ms. Pavlon's had no blood because of decomposition.
Okay. So in order for you to collect toxicology samples, you had to rely on the liver and the muscle.
Correct.
Again, are those ideal sources?
Not ideal.
Why not?
They're not as representative as blood would be. Like I said, liver would be a better specimen than skeletal muscle in some instances. In this case, for Ms. Pavlon's, her liver was likely contaminated by insect detritus. So it's hard to know whether the levels in this specimen that was sent as liver are actually representative. For her, skeletal muscle is probably more reflective of the medication she had in her system.
You refer to insect detritus?
Detritus.
Could you spell that? I saw Deidre give me a look.
Detritus.
What is that?
Droppings.
Okay. Insect droppings.
Yes.
Okay. So was the quality of the sample that you obtained from the liver in Ms. Pavlon's case good quality?
No.
It was contaminated by these insect droppings.
Necessarily so. I mean, there were probably fragments of decomposing maggots too, because maggots have a finite life cycle. So it's hard to know how much was actually liver tissue and how much was insect tissue.
Okay. What about the muscle? You said skeletal muscle, correct?
Yes.
Where did you obtain that from? Do you remember?
Skeletal muscle was obtained from the thigh.
Is that
quadriceps?
I'm sorry. Is that generally a good source for toxicology testing?
It's not great, but it was more protected and less likely to be contaminated by insects or insect droppings than the liver tissue.
Okay. Sometime I've seen cases with you where you're able to collect toxicology samples from the vitreous fluid in the eyes, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to do that in this case?
No.
There was no other good source for you to get a sample for toxicology testing other than the liver and the skeletal muscle?
Correct.
Okay. Ultimately, were you able to reach a conclusion on cause of death?
The cause of death was undetermined, so no. I was not able to reach a conclusion as to why Stephanie was dead.
Okay. Were you able to reach a conclusion as to manner of death?
If cause of death is undetermined, then manner of death must be undetermined.
According to who?
That is the practice, and if you can't say whether the cause of death was a natural process, an intentional process, or an exogenous process perhaps inflicted by someone else, then you can't commit to any other cause or manner of death than undetermined. If you can't identify a cause, then you can't identify a manner.
Well, let me ask you something. Were you aware that Stephanie Pavlons had epilepsy?
Yes.
Is it possible she died from a seizure?
It's possible.
How are you not able to tell that, or why are you not able to tell that?
She had no brain left. I could not examine her brain for
this is reasonable doubt,
any
then.
features of epilepsy. She had no tongue, so I couldn't look for bite marks that might have been sustained during a seizure. The fact that she was found in the woods without any identification seems to suggest that it wasn't a seizure.
Okay. What about the position of the body? Did that tell you anything as to whether or not it was a seizure or not?
No.
You couldn't tell anything that way?
No.
Okay. So you said basically the fact that you cannot determine cause of death means you cannot determine cause of death, or they both must be undetermined.
If cause of death is undetermined, then manner of death has to be undetermined.
Okay. Did you review Ms. Pavlon's medical history?
Yes.
Did you review the police reports in this case?
Yes.
Did you review, or were you given information by detectives as the case was investigated further?
Yes.
Would you speak with them on occasion?
Yes.
Aside from the limitations at the autopsy because of the decomposition, was there any piece of information that you felt was missing or unavailable to you that would have assisted you in this case?
Like a video?
Other than being there and knowing what happened to cause her death, I mean,
yeah,
videography would be great, but I feel like we did everything we could, or I did everything I could, and looked at every piece of information possible that was available to me, and I can't think of anything else that would have helped.
Was this a challenging case for you, Dr. Scheel?
Very.
One of your hardest cases ever?
Yes.
You spent a great deal of time thinking about it?
I did.
Okay. And I asked you earlier if you were able to determine, or if you were able to recall the time of death, when time of death was pronounced. Do you remember that?
Yes.
If I show you your investigator's report, would that refresh your memory in that regard?
Yes.
Okay. Just for the witness only, I'm going to put up, it's not an exhibit, Judge, I'm just using it to refresh recollection. It's Ms. Barth's investigative report.
That's fine.
Okay. Is it on your screen?
Yes, I just saw it.
Okay. What time did you pronounce time of death?
13:30 or 1:30 p.m.
Does it also note in Ms. Barth's report, or do you remember, I should ask first, do you remember when you got out to the scene, you examine the body, you make these detailed observations, correct?
Correct.
Are you taking notes, or is Ms. Barth taking notes? Or
Ms. Barth is taking notes.
Okay. And photographs of the body?
Correct.
About how long does it take you to do all this out there?
It depends on the case, but I believe I was probably out there for a bit longer because I was also collecting insect specimens.
Okay. And did you, at some point, the body is put into a body bag?
Correct.
Is that one of the last things you do?
Not always. For
Okay.
instance, for Ms. Pavlons, we needed to place her in a body bag, and then I needed to collect some more insects from underneath the body.
Do you remember what time it was when you left the scene?
I don't recall what time I left.
If you look at Ms. Barth's report, would that refresh your recollection?
Barth is B-A-R-T-H.
Yes, I'm sorry. Page 3, Ms. Gussie.
I probably left at about the same time as our investigator, which was an hour and 10 minutes after I pronounced.
Okay. Is there a difference between time of death being pronounced versus when did she actually die?
Yes.
Explain that to the jury, please.
The time of pronouncement is the legal date and time of death. So for purposes of the death certificate, we need to know what date she was actually pronounced dead. But the actual time of death is often different from the time of pronouncement. So for Ms. Pavlons, clearly she'd been deceased for a while when she was pronounced dead, which was her legal pronouncement. But her estimated date of death was different than her pronouncement time.
Were you able to reach a conclusion as to her estimated date of death?
Yes.
What factors did you rely on?
Relied on the police investigation, some details they provided me regarding the last time she was known to be alive, and I believe her mother's account of when she had last seen Ms. Pavlons, and Ms. Pavlons was no longer seen after a particular date.
Was there anything forensically or scientifically that assisted you as well?
The body examination, the forensic entomology were both very helpful in estimating her date of death.
And what is your conclusion as to estimated date of death?
August 23rd, 2022.
I wanted to ask you, we've talked about through your testimony the unbuckled pants.
Yes.
Was there any evidence of a sexual assault of Ms. Pavlons?
There was not evidence that I could see, but she was decomposing and had insects in her genital regions, so that could have obscured trauma. Other than the fact that her pants were up, pulled up to her waist, there was no other evidence of a sexual assault.
Okay. That is something you would routinely look for?
Yes.
But you couldn't see anything?
Correct.
Okay. Would it have been worth trying to collect samples to send to the crime lab?
No.
Okay. I also want to ask you, obviously you've told us you were not able to determine the cause of death, but can you help us understand, is there a way that Ms. Pavlons could have died that you just couldn't see from the autopsy? Specific to a homicide.
Specific to a homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, based on the autopsy findings, I could not rule out strangulation. I could not rule out a smothering. I could not rule out head trauma. I could not rule out sharp force injury to the neck. I mean, there are a lot of things I can rule out, which is one of the reasons her cause of death is undetermined.
Okay. Tell us, you mentioned strangulation and also suffocation I'm sorry?
Suffocation or smothering.
Smothering. What's the difference?
Suffocation can be accidental. Smothering is generally intentional.
Okay. How is it normally accomplished?
If we're talking about an adult?
A smothering, yes, of an adult, yes.
Usually it's something held over the face to obstruct the nose and airways. Usually it's in a compromised individual, so perhaps unconscious already or debilitated by some other type of physical condition, but generally obstruction of the airways.
And how about strangulation?
Strangulation can be manual, so that's with the hands. It's compression of the neck vasculature, preventing blood flow to the brain. It can also be done with an implement, such as a piece of fabric or a garrote, and neither one necessarily results in fracture of the hyoid bone.
In the instance of a smothering of an adult, do you have an opinion as to about how long someone would have to block the nasal and mouth airways until death occurs in a smothering situation?
If the adult individual is not compromised and is able to fight, it's hard to say. If the individual, the victim, is compromised and for some reason unconscious, it'd be a matter of minutes.
What about strangulation?
Again, same thing. If the individual is fighting and is able to fight back, then it could take upwards of several minutes. If the individual is already compromised, it might not take very long. I'd say a minute or two max.
Okay. And the other things you had suggested, possibly a blow to the head or a sharp force instrument, things like that. How long would something like that take before death results?
Well, with a blow to the head, it would depend on what type of injury was inflicted. Is it a blood collection? Is it a vertebral artery dissection? It's hard to know without knowing the type of injury that ensued from the blow to the head. Sharp force injury depends on the vessel that was cut.
Okay. All right, those are all my questions. Thank you, Doctor.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
Thank you. Dr. Shields, you're employed by Waukesha County, correct?
Correct.
So you're a government employee, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that the government is prosecuting or trying to prosecute Mr. Pahl for a homicide, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I have to ask. You said because she didn't have an ID on her that you ruled out seizure. That was your testimony. What is the connection?
I believe that wasn't exactly the content of my testimony. I said she was found in a wooded area without any identification on her, so I didn't think a seizure was probably likely.
Is there some connection between having ID in your pocket or being in the woods that prohibits seizures?
No, it's the circumstances that are concerning.
And let's talk about circumstances. So you had a chance to look around the body in the wooded area, correct?
Correct.
And it was kind of a clearing area, correct?
It was sorry?
There was kind of a clearing. There weren't trees right up against her body, correct?
She wasn't pressed up against a tree, but there were trees over her, yes.
Okay, but the nearest tree trunk was probably there was a clearing there, correct? You saw the picture, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and there were no trees right up against her, correct?
Correct.
This guy's doing correct instead of trees.
But you examined the ground in the area around her, correct?
Yes.
And there were no drag marks to where she was positioned, correct?
If there had been drag marks, they may have been obscured by the weather since she died.
But you saw absolutely no evidence of her being dragged to that location, correct?
I saw no evidence of her being dragged to that location.
Thank you. You also told, do you remember meeting Detective Fredericks at the scene of where Miss Pavlons was found? Do you remember going to the scene?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And do you remember initially telling him that you believed that she died at that location, correct?
I don't recall telling him that, no.
Okay, but you could have, correct?
I may have suggested that she could have died there or somewhere else.
Okay, but your initial impression was that she died at the scene, correct?
I don't recall that.
You also recall that you initially told him that she had been there anywhere from 1 to 4 weeks because it would be hard to make a conclusion, correct?
I don't recall that. I believe I said 2 weeks.
What the sigh for?
You, obviously the state, given their theory, said that you couldn't rule out homicide, you couldn't rule out stabbing or strangulation, things like that, correct?
Correct.
And you can't rule out a car accident in this case, can you?
Correct.
Okay. And you can't rule out an overdose?
Correct.
And you can't rule out some kind of medical or natural death, correct?
Correct.
You examined Miss Pavlon's clothing, correct?
Yes.
And you obviously examined what you could of her organs and her soft tissue and her skeleton, correct?
Yes.
And in your examination, you didn't see, for example, you didn't see any marks on any of the bones that would indicate any kind of sharp object injury, correct?
Correct.
And you couldn't identify anything that you could say is a stab wound, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm obviously just an attorney. The hyoid bone was intact, correct?
Correct.
And you've seen strangulation cases or suffocation cases where that hyoid bone is broken, correct?
I have.
And that's, if a broken hyoid bone would be an indication of a possible strangulation or suffocation, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but Ms. Pavlon's was completely intact, correct?
Correct.
In looking at your
I need to know how many corrects
your
we just
resume,
had.
okay, your CV. You're familiar with it, correct?
Yes.
And you're a member of several organizations and associations, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you're a member of the American Academy of Forensic Science.
Correct.
And what is that organization?
The American Academy for Forensic Sciences is an organization to which many people who are involved in forensics belong. So odontologists, entomologists, pathologists, criminalistics, ballistics people, things like that. Every year they have a meeting for those who can make it to attend topics of discussion in particular fields having to do with forensic medicine.
Okay, and would you say that that's one of the top organizations in the country that would train and certify people who are supposed to give forensic testimony in criminal cases?
I don't know about training and boarding people who are supposed to give testimony, no.
Okay, are they one of the top national organizations that do training for people involved in the forensic sciences?
Yes.
21. There we go. We're going to say.
And you believe that any standards or anything that might come through that organization are very important for people, for training and for training of people who are involved in forensic science?
Yes, it could be.
Do you get certified on a regular basis as a medical examiner?
No, every year I have to renew my Wisconsin medical license.
Is there any training or testing that you go through as part of that process?
For the medical license?
Correct.
No.
Is there any testing that you go through on a regular basis for any of your certifications?
Yes.
Okay. And can you describe some of that testing that you go through?
Yes. Every 2 years I have to provide documentation that I've done so many hours of continuing medical education to maintain my certification through the American Board of Pathology. And every 10 years I get recertified in forensic pathology, pediatric pathology, anatomic and clinical pathology, which requires a board examination.
Okay. Does that board examination, do you examine bodies and try to determine cause of death and manner of death, those type of things?
No, it's a written examination.
Okay.
Is that correct?
All right. I think it's a fairly accurate counter. I think we got about 20 corrects in there before I got the counter built.
Dr. Shields, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 446.
Is that a photo?
Death certificates. Death certification summary. Okay, can you tell us what that is?
They add correct or true at the end because it makes it a question.
This is a death certification summary, which includes information germane to Stephanie Pavlon's.
And when did you file that report?
I didn't file this report. It's a report that's generated from a query of our medical examiner database.
Okay. So that's not a report. Do you know when this report was generated?
I don't.
Okay. If there's a date of September 7th of 2023, would that, at the bottom, is that likely when this report was generated?
Yes.
So that was approximately a year after Ms. Pavlon's death?
Correct.
And that was after extensive, obviously, examination and investigation, correct?
Yes.
And on that document, you indicate the cause of death is undetermined, correct?
Correct.
And on that document, you indicate manner of death is undetermined, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Yes, just briefly. Dr. Shield, you were asked on cross-examination that I guess the implication was because you and I both work for Waukesha County that you're biased in my favor. Do you remember that question? You're a government worker and the government is prosecuting Mr. Pahl?
Yes.
Okay. You don't work for the district attorney's office?
No.
You don't work for the sheriff's office?
No.
You work with these entities, correct?
Correct.
You are free to reach whatever opinion and conclusions you want, absent oversight from the DA's office or the sheriff's office, correct?
Correct.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked about drag marks at the scene, correct?
Yes.
And I assume Mr. Wolf was referring to drag marks on the ground. Is that what you understood him to be referring to?
That was my presumption, yes.
Okay, and you said they could have been obscured by conditions.
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
Just that it had been a while since Ms. Pavlon's had died. So if there had been drag marks on the ground, if there had been, they may have been obscured since it had been a period of time, including, weather conditions, rain, just the passage of time.
You could please put up 17. And if you could just zoom in a little bit on this one, please. A little bit out. The first click was good. And then more to the top of the photo, please. There we go. Okay. Dr. Shield, I'm displaying for you exhibit number 17. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. You see an opening in the woods that could perhaps be a trail?
Yes.
Was that there that day?
Yes.
Okay. With the position of the arms being up near the head area of the body, is it possible that the body was dragged feet first?
It's possible.
If you could go to 18, please. Is it possible that the body was dragged with Ms. Pavlon's facing down, like on her stomach as she was being dragged?
That's possible.
What do you base that on?
That could account for why her T-shirt and bra are rocked up, if you will, above her breasts.
And her arms are up above as well? Okay. Her right arm, was it kind of stuck in there?
Yes.
If she had been dragged face down on her stomach by her feet, could there be abrasions, cuts, whatever, to her head and face?
Yes.
Would those have been observable to you?
No.
Same with the stomach, or the torso, I should say.
Correct.
Could have been abrasions, but you just can't see them.
Correct. There don't appear to be abrasions to the intact portion of her stomach that I can see here.
Okay. You were asked about the fact that her hyoid bone was intact, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Wolf said that can be an indication of strangulation.
Yes.
And that's a fact, isn't it?
Yes.
That's something you look for.
Yes.
Have you also seen cases where a person was strangled and the hyoid bone was not damaged, fractured in any way?
Yes.
It remained intact even though strangulation occurred?
Yes.
You've seen that personally?
Yes.
Does the research and literature also support that?
Yes.
Her listing the possibilities doesn't help me much because it can't be ruled out or ruled in. Saying she could have been dragged, I wouldn't have seen.
Those are my questions.
Recross?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'm going to have the witness look at Defense Exhibit 529. I'm asking that it be admitted.
I'm sorry, which one? I'm sorry.
529, which is a photograph from the surveillance.
Is there objection?
No.
Okay, 529 is admitted.
I'd ask that it be published.
All right.
Dr. Shields, you did observe the clothing that Ms. Pavlons was wearing on the date, when she was located in the woods, correct?
Correct.
Is the clothing in this picture that you see consistent with the shirt, at least the shirt and pants that she was wearing on that particular day?
Looks to be yes.
Okay, and that shirt, as you can see, is about down to about halfway down her thigh, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so and that's the shirt that we see in the picture in the woods that's kind of pushed up, correct?
Well, I don't know if it's the same shirt.
Okay, but it
resembles it, yes.
Okay, and you can't say whether or you can't say how that shirt got pushed up, correct?
Correct.
Okay, you can't say whether it happened when Ms. Pahl or when Ms. Pavlons was having some type of seizure that she could be thrashing and that shirt could get pushed up, correct? You can't say that didn't happen.
That's correct.
And you can't say that animals didn't pull that shirt up, correct?
No.
Okay, and you can't say that she didn't pull her shirt up to use the woods as a restroom, correct?
I can't say that.
Okay, so you have no idea how her shirt got pulled up, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. That's it. Thank you very much, Doctor. If you could hand me that exhibit, please, I'd appreciate it.
On 1.25 speed, it's tough to keep up with the corrects.
62.
Pulling up the bra to use the woods as a restroom.
What about the exhibit 62, 446, and 529?
Yes, I would move for admission, and I have no objection to the defense exhibits. I think there was 61, also her CV.
Yes.
Move to admit 61 and 62, no objection to the defense exhibits, Your Honor.
All right. Wolf?
I'll state the similar. I will move to admit 529 and then not object to the state's exhibits.
And what about 446?
I would move for 436, I'm sorry.
All right, then they're all admitted. All right, who's your next witness, please?
State calls Dr. Hans. Kristen
Okay,
Hans.
very good. Come on up, Doctor. You come up to the witness stand to my right, please.
Judge, are the exhibits from Dr. Shields still on the table, or?
No, I'll get them back. And if you could raise your right hand to be sworn in, please.
You swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, have a seat, please. And if you could tell us your name, please.
My name is Crystal Hans, H-A-N-S.
Okay, thank you. And you needed some exhibits with her, ma'am?
No, sir, I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure they weren't left
They're
behind
not.
so that
Okay.
Dr. Hans has a clean workspace.
All right.
Okay. Dr. Hans, please tell the jury your occupation.
I'm an assistant professor of forensic entomology at Purdue University and a forensic entomology consultant.
Did you, at my request, send a copy of your curriculum vitae documenting your educational and professional work and experience?
Yes, I did.
All right, I'd like to please, any objection to
I never
publishing
saw it. He said,
her
I never
CD?
saw it.
Absolutely not.
Okay, thank you, sir. Exhibit 64, we're going to put up on the screen.
The whispering
And
is crazy.
this is a 29-page document according to the PDF.
Yes.
It's pretty lengthy, huh? Okay, and this is a document you created?
Yes. This
Okay. And if you could just, we're not going to go through it all, but explain your education, formal education and training, please.
I received a bachelor's in biology from William Smith College in Geneva, New York. I then received a master's in biology with research in forensic entomology from Cleveland State University.
1 second, please.
Yes.
Doctor, could you do me a favor? You're soft-spoken, which is okay, and you're facing the screen. If you could put the microphone bar over that way.
Sure thing.
Thank you so much.
Happy to help.
Put it on that
Those
screen right in front of
microphones
you?
are It is,
Okay,
yes.
that might be a little easier.
Yes.
for you. Okay, thank you.
Sure. I then went on to complete my PhD in biology with research in forensic entomology from the University of Windsor in 2016.
And you said you're currently working as, you have 2 titles, right? Associate professor?
Assistant professor.
Excuse me?
Yes.
Assistant professor and also a consultant.
And a consultant, that's correct.
Tell us about your work as an assistant professor.
As an assistant professor, I teach forensic science and forensic entomology courses in the Department of Entomology at Purdue. I also have a research lab where I train graduate and undergraduate students on research related to forensic entomology.
And this is Purdue University?
That's correct.
West Lafayette?
West Lafayette campus.
All right, Boilermakers.
Yes.
Okay, well, welcome to Wisconsin. Thank you for
Thank
coming. So you teach both undergraduate and graduate level courses?
I do not teach graduate level courses, but I train graduate students in my research lab.
I see. Okay.
Yes.
What types of...
Wonderful. Training graduate students is a significant contribution to academia and research.
Throw this thing away, somebody?
Thank
I
you.
know you're going to kill me, so I'm just going to throw this in the garbage right now. I'm sorry.
I'll do it outside the presence of...
Okay.
Her phone.
All right, my apologies. I know that's really one of Judge Ramirez's least favorite things, so I apologize to the court and to everybody. Okay, so Dr. Hans, what types of courses do you treat at Purdue University?
I teach several courses throughout the academic year, including forensic investigation, forensic analysis, forensic testimony and ethics, and then an investigating forensic science introductory level course.
And this is all specific to the field of entomology?
It all includes entomology, but covers a broad range of forensic science.
Sure. And forensic meaning relating to a court proceeding?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Have you ever testified in a court before?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
1 time previously.
When, where, and when was that?
That was in Lake County, Indiana in 2021.
What kind of case was it?
That was a criminal case as well.
Okay. And were you, in that case, asked to give an opinion as well?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Have you had other opportunities to testify but never actually made it to the stand? Or let me ask you a better way. Have you worked on other criminal cases?
I have.
Okay. Can you estimate for us about how many?
About 43 cases.
Okay. And is that part of your work as an independent consultant?
That's true, as a consultant.
So that's separate from your work at Purdue University?
Yes.
Tell us about your independent consulting practice.
So I'm contacted by a variety of different individuals, pathologists, coroners, death investigators, when there's insect evidence that's associated with a scene or with remains. Sometimes I collect the evidence, sometimes others collect the evidence and ship it to me for analysis.
Okay. And are you a part of any professional organizations?
Yes, so I'm a member of the American Board of Forensic Entomology, which is our certification body in North America.
So you are board certified in this
I am
field?
board certified.
Okay. Any other professional organizations?
I'm currently the president of the North American Forensic Entomology Association, which is our professional organization in North America as well.
And do you host conferences and trainings and things like that?
Yes, I do. I hosted one at Purdue this summer.
And so you're actively involved in that. And you get people from all over the world?
Yes, it was an international conference, and
okay.
Yeah.
And also, again, we're not going to go through it, but you have your published works, is that correct?
Yes.
Quite a few published works?
Yeah, about 25 between papers and book chapters.
Okay. And that's, again, specific to the field of forensic entomology?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
It's all about the bugs.
Mr. Wolf, any further voir dire for this witness?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Here comes the
All right,
testimony.
thank you for explaining your background to us, Dr. Hans. We're going to move forward then and ask, I want to ask you about questions specific to this case, okay?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a document that's been marked as Exhibit 65, which is her report.
I've got an idea for the live stream.
Thank you.
I might need some help. Don't let me forget. Has to do with an app.
Can you identify 65?
Yes, this is a report that I submitted.
Okay. Specific to this case?
Specific to this case.
How is it that you became involved in this case?
I received an email from Dallin Modrak, the deputy medical examiner for Waukesha County Medical Examiner's Office.
Okay.
Asking if I would assist with the insect evidence associated with this case.
I'm sorry to interrupt. What's that person's name again, please?
Dallin Modrak.
Spell that. Is it D-I-L-L-O?
D-A-L-E.
Okay.
L-Y-N-N.
Okay.
M-O-D-R-A-K.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
To your knowledge, have you ever worked with the Waukesha County Medical Examiner's Office before?
On one case previously.
Okay. So they called you up and asked for help, is that right?
Yes.
All right. And was this early on in the case?
This was, I believe, the day that the autopsy had taken place.
Okay. And did you speak with Ms. Modrick on the phone?
Not on the phone, only through email.
I see. All right. Were you made aware of the fact that they were collecting specimens and wanted your assistance in identifying those specimens?
I was made aware that the specimens had been collected and
see.
they were looking to ship these insects to me.
Okay. And you agreed to assist?
Yes, I did.
If somebody mailed me bugs, I would not
One
look
second,
at them
please.
and say thank you.
All right. Did you receive more than one specimen or sample, I guess is a better word?
I received a total of 5 samples.
5 samples from the Waukesha County Medical Examiner's Office. Describe each of those 5 samples, please.
The samples were, 2 of them were in plastic Tupperware containers that had live insects and tuna fish, which was the food source for the insects.
Okay.
In addition to that, there were 3 glass vials
punch
that
holes in the
contained
top?
preserved or already dead insect samples as well.
I see. All right. And is that the preferred method, that you receive some live samples and some preserved samples?
The standard method is to have a combination of both. We have live samples, especially for maggots or baby flies, so that we can raise them up until they're adult flies for
Okay.
positive identification. We also have a sample of preserved insects, meaning that they were preserved when they were collected to stop their development, so that we can examine them in the lab to determine what life stage those insects are in.
Okay. Was the when you received the samples, did you have any reason to doubt the integrity of the samples?
I did not.
Okay. So let's start with the live insects that you received. I think one of them was labeled as maggots from torso. Do you remember
Yes,
that?
that's correct.
What did you do with those samples, please?
So live maggot samples, they came to me already in that tuna fish food source. I transfer them into a glass mason jar, the same kind of jars that you would use at home for canning or preservation. And once they're in that glass jar, I add pine shavings and I give them extra food. So we use beef liver in the lab. It's a nutritious food source for the maggots as they're developing. I then place a piece of landscape tarp on the top. It's the same as what you would use in your garden to try to prevent weed growth. I then place the ring of the jar to keep it secure. And while the maggots are in this jar, they can feed. And then when they're finished with feeding, they can burrow into the pine shavings, into that substrate to complete their development.
Sounds like something we can
And
do
that's
at
what you did
home.
in this case.
Like a
And that's what
little
I did in this
experiment.
case.
Were you able to develop the larvae into an actual insect, adult insect?
Yes, I developed those larvae into adult blowflies.
All right, so let's talk about what is a blowfly.
Yeah, a blowfly is a very common fly. I'm sure that you've seen them hovering over your garbage can or maybe stopping by to visit your food if you're eating outside. They're shiny, metallic. I think they're beautiful as an entomologist, but they're very common flies for us to see out in the wild.
Okay, and how, in the wild, how would they develop?
In the wild, the female flies are attracted to decomposing tissue, and they can detect the odors of decomposition far before we can as humans. So female flies will arrive to the remains or to a carcass, and they're looking for locations on the body that are suitable for them to lay their eggs. Typically, the flies will go for the natural openings of the face, so the eyes, ears, nose, or mouth. And once they deposit those eggs, they're looking for these protected spaces that have liquid, have mucous membranes. And that's important because fly eggs are really prone to drying out. And if they dry out, they won't survive. So the female flies are always looking for those eggs will hatch into very small maggots. And maggots go through 3 different life stages. And once they hatch out of an egg, they can start feeding on the tissue and on the liquid of the remains.
Okay, I'm going to have you take us through the life cycle,
Yes.
but before I do that, I wanted to ask, you said they can detect an odor long before a human can.
Yes.
And can they travel great distances to locate the decomposing remains?
Yes, it's been documented that they can travel up to 8 to 10 miles to arrive to remains.
And do they specifically seek out human remains?
Not just human remains, animal remains as well.
Okay. And so this is why when you see roadkill on the side of the road, you see buzzing Those are probably blowflies?
Probably blowflies as well.
Okay. And they're looking for a spot to deposit their eggs?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, does the development from stage to stage depend on environmental factors?
So the rate of development depends on the environment. So for our flies, as many other insects, they cannot generate their own internal heat the way that we can. So they rely on the environment. And essentially, the warmer it is outside, the faster they can progress through these life stages, the faster they can develop. The colder it is, the slower they develop.
And you've already indicated to us there's various stages of this development.
Yes.
Did you provide a little chart for me to help us understand this?
I did.
Okay, we're going to put up Exhibit 60, please.
Yay, we got a chart.
I'm sorry, 66? 66.
No objection, Your Honor. All right.
Here comes
All right, Doctor, please explain the blowfly life cycle to the class.
Yes, so what this figure is illustrating, up at the top we have an example of one of our blowflies. You can see how metallic and shiny they are. Now those female flies, when they arrive to the remains, they're going to deposit an egg mass.
Can we see?
And flies can deposit between 200 and 400 eggs on remains. When it's in the egg mass, those eggs are going to hatch, and from that will come those very small maggots, and we call those a first instar. That's the first maggot stage. Now, once they hatch from the egg, those maggots can start to feed. They have very small mouth hooks that are inside the pointy end of the maggot, and they can use those to feed on tissue. Yeah. Now, maggots are going to eat for the duration of those life stages. So as they eat, they get progressively bigger, and they move from the first instar, from that real small maggot, to a second instar, which is slightly larger. They can,
excuse me, Doctor.
Yes.
The term you're using, instar?
Instar, I-N-S-T-A-R.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
All one word?
All one word, yes. Yeah, and that just refers to the stage. So from the second instar, the second maggot stage, they'll continue to feed, they'll get larger, and they move into the third instar stage. So that's our third maggot stage, and that's when they're going to be quite large.
So I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the screen in front of you is actually a touch screen?
Oh, I can touch it? Oh, great. Okay.
And then it'll mark. So if you could show us which one is instar number one and designate it with the number one?
Absolutely.
She's so excited to touch the screen.
Moving.
Right, hang on.
Can touch it?
Okay. There's 3 lines on the bottom.
This?
There. Right. Touch that, please.
Touch everything. Touch, touch, touch.
Not
Click, click, click,
nope.
click, click.
Hang on.
Took a parasitology class.
It's because
Required
it's
you to
drawing a
pick up
white
routine.
line.
Oh, I
If you
see.
ever touch it again, it should be a color. If you touch it for a little bit.
No, it doesn't seem to be reacting.
Okay.
Remember, she's on
Okay, that's all right,
1.25
Judge.
speed.
Well, if anyone has an old-fashioned pointer, we can do this that way as well.
I do.
You do? All right. Prepared.
But thank you.
Laser pointer?
You can step up if you want to.
Okay. That might be a little bit.
Just keep your voice up, please.
Top up.
Yeah.
Here, let me see. It doesn't show on the screen.
It doesn't show on the screen. All right.
Nope.
Okay. Well, we're going to do this really old-fashioned way.
Okay.
The adult blowfly is at the top, and we're going to go clockwise.
Yes, we're
around
going to
the
go
clock.
clockwise.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right.
Move this over for you.
Okay.
So from that fly, we have the egg mass.
Okay.
That's depicted.
Here we go.
We move to the arrow below, and on the right-hand side, that's our small first instar, that small maggot stage. So that's when they can start feeding.
Are these to scale?
From that first instar, we go to our second instar, so they're a little bit bigger. They're still going to be actively feeding. From that second instar, moving over to the left-hand side, now we have the largest of those maggots, and we call that a third instar. Now they're going to continue to feed,
Like a college
and as they
class.
approach the end of that third instar stage, we call them pre-pupal, meaning they're finishing up with their digestion, and they're going to be looking for a dry place where they can pupate. And the pupa is that brown cocoon-looking structure that's shown there. So if you've ever heard about butterfly development or moth development, that's similar to a cocoon or a chrysalis for those insects. So once that maggot is done feeding, they're going to shrink and harden and form that protective, you can see it's a dark brown case around them. Now while they're inside of that case, they are going to be changing into an adult fly. They will emerge out of that case as an adult with wings, and now they can fly off to locate food and a mate in another area of remains.
Excellent. All right. You said they feed during all 3 phases of the instar, correct?
All 3 of those maggot stages, yes.
Okay. And then at some point when they are making the transition from instar 3 to the pupate stage, that's pre-pupal stage, pupal.
Yes.
Okay. Are they feeding during that time?
They are not. So they have finished feeding and they are trying to clear everything out of their digestive system.
When they first hatch in instar 1, do they start eating right away?
They can start feeding immediately.
Okay. You can have a seat again. Thank you.
Thanks.
And how much do these little guys eat?
So it's estimated that each individual maggot can eat about 1 gram of tissue throughout those stages.
They eat a lot.
They do.
Okay. And they eat continuously?
Yes.
Okay. And you said it can depend on environmental factors how long it takes to move through this cycle, correct?
Yes.
Is there a range that it generally takes?
Well, that depends on the species of fly.
Okay.
And so we have published data sets that document how long it takes for each species to develop at different temperatures.
Okay. And getting back to our cycle here, about the 10 o'clock spot, the pupate.
Pupa, yes.
Pupa. Is the insect or the casing still on the body or the remains?
That would still be on the remains, and even after the fly emerges out of it, that would still be left behind.
Okay. I'm sorry, the remains of the source of the food, the human remains?
Yes. Yes, that pupal case would still stay in that location.
Okay.
Yes.
And so we just had Dr. Shield, the medical examiner, testifying that she could observe some pupae casings. That's what she would be referring to?
Yes.
Okay.
You guys take notes, share with each other so
All
you
right.
can study. There will be a test.
Getting back to our live samples that you developed in the lab.
Yes.
You took them through this cycle, right?
Yes.
And when you
mason
received it, do you know what stage it was in the cycle?
When I received them, they were 3rd instar.
Okay.
So they were already quite large
Okay.
at that stage. And that's for the live ones.
Okay.
They're easiest to collect.
And do you
at that
know
point.
in your lab how long it took you to develop them fully to adult fly?
I do not have it in this report.
Okay.
Yes.
That's okay. Can you identify the species when they are in the maggot stage?
It's easier when they're in that large 3rd instar stage to identify them.
Okay.
But even easier when they're in adult fly.
Okay. So were you ultimately able to make identification?
Yes, of those adult flies, yes.
And what did you determine?
That they were the blowfly Formia regina.
Okay. That's the scientific name?
It is. The common name is the black blowfly.
Black blowfly. Okay.
And Ms. Opper, would that be a name that my court reporter would necessarily know, perhaps not being so experienced in flies?
No, probably not, Judge.
Perhaps you could ask the witness to spell that?
Happy to spell that. Formia is Phormia.
It is on the test.
Regina, Regina.
Thank you.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you very much for
You're
spelling
welcome.
that for us.
And that was that identification occurred. How do you do that? Will you look at it, visually examine it, or?
Yeah, so we do what's called a morphological examination. So I'm looking at each individual fly under a microscope, trying to determine the characters that it has on its body to determine the species.
Okay. And so you had to do this step in order to know how long the stage of development took. You have to know the exact species.
I have to know the species, yes.
Okay. So from there, once you've identified the species, are you able to calculate an approximate time that it took for this cycle?
Yes, so using data from the nearest weather station, I was able to get the temperature data. And then once I have the species, I can estimate what we call the time of colonization. And colonization just refers to when the eggs were deposited on the body. And so once I know the species and I know the oldest life stage that was developing on the remains, we can work backwards in this cycle to determine when those eggs were first deposited, when they first colonized the remains.
Okay. And you were able to do that in this case?
Yes, I was.
You got weather data from a nearby weather station?
Yes.
And that's published or publicly available weather data?
It is. It is through NOAA.
Okay.
Yes.
The
National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration.
Not the ARC guy.
A reliable source of information?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you have to have any other factors available to you to make this calculation?
Once I have the temperature data, I'm also looking for published data sets about the development of this particular species of blowfly.
So others have done studies?
Yes, this is based on research with these species.
And these are published studies?
Yes, published peer-reviewed studies.
Okay. And again, the type of material or information you would reasonably rely on in the field of forensic entomology?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Were you able to find a published study that would tell you specific to the black blowfly?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell us about that, please.
I found two. So I found the Bird and Allen 2001 publication.
Please spell.
The author's name. So
Yes.
Bird, B-Y-R-D, and Allen, A-L-L-E-N.
Okay.
Yes. And in that paper, they talk about the development of this species at different temperatures, including cyclical temperatures. I also found a paper by Anderson, A-N-D-E-R-S-O-N. And in that paper, again, it talks about the development of the black blowfly at different temperatures and includes information about what we call the accumulated degree days.
Yeah, explain what that means, please.
Yeah, so accumulated degree days is a term that we use in entomology that takes into account temperature and time. And the way that we think about it is these flies have to acquire thermal units. So because they're relying on the environment for the rate that they develop, they have to get a certain amount of thermal units to be able to move through each of these life stages.
Those days add
So
up.
the warmer it is, the faster they can acquire those thermal units to be able to move through their development cycle.
And were you ultimately able to
my
calculate the accumulated degree days specific to this case?
Yes, I was.
It's my
What was
favorite
your finding, please?
So I found
bug
that
testimony ever.
for Mia regina, for this black blowfly, in order to reach the third instar, so the largest of that maggot stage, they would need between 105.58 and 119.17 of those thermal units, of those accumulated degree days. I also wanted to take into account that pre-pupal, so the end of that third instar, as they're getting ready to form that pupal case. And for that, I found that they would require between 159.75 and 177.75 of those accumulated degree days.
And then you had to do a little math, right, to come up with some dates on a calendar?
Yes,
How many
yes,
did
we
they
do.
get a day?
Tell us what you did.
So once we have all of that weather data and we have the temperature data for each day, we can add up those thermal units, so those degree days. So starting with the day that the remains were recovered outside, we can start to sum those thermal units, working backwards in time. So I was able to accumulate those degree days in time, and using those reported values of how many of these thermal units, how many degree days these flies would take, that puts us at a range for our pre-pupal black blowflies of August 25th to August 26th, and for those third instar maggots of August 30th to August 31st.
If
Okay, so she's a couple days
based
off.
on that you can say the human remains were present,
I can say that this is the minimum time of colonization, so the minimum amount of time that would have been needed for the insects that were collected to have developed to that stage on the remains.
I see.
Yes.
So for the pre-pupal stage, August 25th or 26th?
Yes.
Okay. And you had some familiarity with the details of the case, some photographs from the scene, things like that?
I received photos from the scene and the autopsy as well.
Okay. And did you observe the significant loss of soft tissue to the neck and head region?
Yes, I did.
Would that be consistent with the insect activity that you've described for us?
Yes. So if we think about where those flies are placing those eggs and going to the natural openings of the face, that would often be the first area that the insects would be feeding.
And they would actually eat the tissue?
They would consume the soft tissue, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, doctor. Those are all my questions.
Well,
I have
thank you, Your
questions.
Honor. Doctor, when you're basing these assumptions, you said you use the temperature and other conditions from the nearest weather station, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So your
was
assumption
saying
is
right.
that the body was outside during that entire time.
Yes.
In looking over your resume, you're a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you've been a member since 2018?
Yes.
And what is that organization?
The American Academy of Forensic Science is one of the largest professional organizations for forensic scientists and academics.
Okay. And does that organization set standards for various forensic fields?
The organization itself does not, but there are committees through the National Institute of Science and Technology that help to generate those standards.
Okay. So they kind of work with the National Institute of Science and Technology?
Yes.
Okay. To set standards in the forensic field?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure I get that right.
She's the best at this.
And
I love this.
You indicated that you do certain you are part of you are certified by a certification body, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Tell me about that. How do you go about certification?
So to become a board-certified forensic entomologist, you have to demonstrate that you've published in the field, that you have a minimum of 3 years of experience, and that you've developed at least 3 case reports related to criminal proceedings. You then submit that information to the board. Once you're approved, then you take an exam, and the exam is about 12 to 13 hours, and it includes a multiple choice component as well as a practical. You have to demonstrate that you can identify a variety of different insects from across North America, as well as they give you evidence for 2 mock cases. You have to do a complete analysis and write a case report as if it was a real case.
Okay, and you don't know the results of strike that. They're tests that you obviously are going into without knowing any other information about the scenario, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so they're blind tests, correct?
Yes, they are.
That's crazy.
What's the importance of blind testing?
Well, I think it's important so that people can't cheat and prepare beforehand, so that there's also no bias in any of their opinions before they take the exam.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right, redirect.
Nothing
How long does a
further, thank
blowfly
All right,
live?
thank you very much, Doctor.
Okay.
You're excused.
Thank
and
you.
If you could give me that, please.
Can you do the
You can
math
actually take the
based on her
bottle
weight?
off.
How many flies are we talking about? How many maggots, how many flies? 1 gram each, based on her weight.
Let me talk to the attorneys about the timing here, please.
Are we in the millions? Attorneys, ooh, we get the rare sidebar. Looking at timing. That was probably some of the most interesting bug testimony, as somebody who does not like bugs, the interesting bug testimony we've ever received. Her enthusiasm was contagious.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Dr. Truesdale.
It spread like malaria through the.
Doctor, can you come up to our witness stand up here, please?
It bugged you a little.
And if you could raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
All right, have a seat, please. Could you please tell us your name?
My name is Dr. Jana Marie Truesdale.
Okay, spell the first name and the last name, please.
First name Jana Marie. Last name Truesdale, Truesdell.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please tell the jury what your position and title is.
I'm a forensic anthropologist. I am the consultant anthropologist for Waukesha County with the Medical Examiner's Office. I am also the head of the forensic investigation program at UW-Platteville.
And what is the field of forensic anthropology? What's the focus of that field?
A forensic anthropology is someone whose specialization is the human skeleton. So that could be assisting with identifications. It could be telling the life story or what happened to a person in death. And it could also be interpreting decomposition. We study decomposition so that we know what is normal or not normal in certain environments and situations.
I'm going to ask that we display for you Exhibit 67, which is your curriculum vitae.
Mm-hmm.
Should come up on that screen to your right there.
It's about 25,000 flies.
Okay. And this is a document you generated?
Correct.
And does it indicate your education and formal training in the field of forensic anthropology?
It does.
All right. Please just tell the jury about your education. I'm sorry. Can we display this, publish this? Any objection, Mr. Wolf?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
No, sorry, no objection.
Thank you.
Attorney Hopper.
Thank you, sir.
My education, I have 2 masters. My first master's is at the University of Central Lancashire. That is in forensic anthropology. My second master's was from the University College London, and that is forensic archaeological science. And my doctorate is from the University of Oxford, again in anthropology.
I guess we know how to reach out to her if we
So all
need
of
to.
your education occurred in the UK?
It did.
Okay.
Well, I should say I went to do a certificate of major at University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee.
Okay. And you're currently on staff at the University of Platteville?
Correct.
Okay. What do you teach there?
I, as the head of the forensic investigation program, I myself teach forensic anthropology, decomposition in the postmortem interval, a class called Forensic Firsts, which sort of is what are the big cases that put specific disciplines on the map. I teach a senior seminar in which students carry out experiments, either library-based or we use pigs at a taphonomy center to, again, look for things in decomposition.
Sorry, you said pigs and what?
At a taphonomy center. So taphonomy is anything that happens to the body after death.
Can you spell that?
So,
Spell that, please.
Ooh, T-A-P-H-O-N-O-M-Y, taphonomy.
Can you use it in a sentence?
Yes, sir. Are you board certified in any way or licensed certified?
I am a board certified medical legal death investigator, have been since 2012, and I am currently in the application process for board certification for forensic anthropology through the American Board of Forensic Anthropologists.
Have you ever testified in a court case before?
I have not.
Okay.
And have you ever had a judge tell you to slow down?
Oh, sorry, no.
There's a first for that,
Probably
too.
not. Okay, just a little bit. Our reporter's taking everything down, and if you just slow down a little bit.
Gotcha.
Thank
Not
you.
a problem.
All right.
You said that you do regularly consult with the Waukesha County Medical Examiner's Office, correct?
I do.
And what kinds of cases would they call you for?
A forensic anthropologist would be called when identification is unable to be made by the usual means, such as soft tissue means or scientific means like fingerprints. We would do a biological profile, which is what did the person, how old was the person, what did they look like, were they biologically male or female, how tall were they, did they have any injuries that could be matched with someone in life, those kinds of cases. So I have worked on cold cases, quote unquote called cold cases for Waukesha, as well as modern cases of just any death, but homicide, just questioned death in general, where it would be beneficial to look at the skeleton as opposed to soft tissue.
So some of that you're describing, the cold cases and things, that's where an individual walking a dog finds a bone or something like that, and you have no idea who, what, when, where.
Correct.
Okay. This case is not to that level.
No.
Although there was decomposition of the body.
There was.
Correct. There was still tattoos and things that they were able to observe and ultimately make an identification, correct?
Yes, they had made, they were working on a presumptive identification based on clothing and jewelry when they called me, and then subsequently they had positively identified the decedent through a screw in her wrist.
Okay, so you were not needed for that identification portion.
Correct.
Okay. What was your role then in this case?
I was asked to do a trauma analysis.
Okay, what is that?
That is to, because of the decomposition, cause and manner of death were unable to be found at autopsy, so they wanted to know if there were any signs of trauma on the bones, such as sharp force trauma, blunt force trauma, anything like that that the bones could tell us.
And with your trained eye, you could detect those things?
Correct.
We'll cut to the chase. Did you find anything?
No.
Okay.
There was sharp force trauma, but it was all consistent with modern autopsy procedures.
Okay. Because we can't really tell this jury anything other than we looked, briefly describe for us the process that you undertook to do your analysis.
I was given information, just basic background information. We agreed to meet at the morgue at a certain time. During that time, we did an initial evaluation. So that was before what we call macerating or defleshing the remains. There was still a lot of soft tissue that was putrefied, decomposing. There was some mummification. But I took an initial look for first impressions. On that day, we prioritized defleshing the ribs and the vertebrae, just because that was where we wanted to make sure we looked first. There was nothing there to be seen, and so then the medical examiner's office macerated the rest of the remains, and then once that was finished, I came back and did my examination, looking over each bone, photographing each bone, just taking inventory, filling out forms, things like that.
So let me ask you, you said each bone. You literally mean every bone in Ms. Pavlon's body was inspected and analyzed by you?
Correct.
From her skull to the littlest bone in her foot?
Absolutely.
And you observed no trauma?
Again, there was sharp force trauma, but it was consistent with the autopsy that had already taken place.
Okay. Meaning when Dr. Schill had to cut the body open, she has to cut the rib cage and things like that in order to perform her autopsy?
Correct.
That you saw, but nothing that could not be explained by autopsy?
Correct.
Okay.
Wow, lots of words. Moist pupa, orifice, defleshing. This is
Just to be
it's been a day.
clear, Dr. Truesdale, hypothetically, let's say an example of a gunshot wound. Have you seen cases where there's trauma or defect to a bone in the case of a gunshot wound?
Yes.
How so? I mean, how is it caused?
How is it caused?
The projectile into the bone? What would you see?
You would see certain patterns. There would be, oftentimes there is a circular defect, or if it has shattered the bone, you put the bones back together and see if you can see a circular defect. You can show trajectory if there's what's called beveling, which is, it's sort of like a crater on the inside, or whichever side is the inside, which means that you can tell which way the bullet was entering the bone. There's certain fractures that, radiating fractures, things like that, that would be indicative of a gunshot wound, which is very different from other types of trauma.
Sure. And sometimes, like in the case of a stabbing, you may also see a defect from the stabbing instrument striking a bone, nicking it or something?
Correct.
Okay. Your analysis was limited to the skeletal remains or the bones of Ms. Pavlon's, correct?
Correct. And I did assess decomposition as well, but the bones were my focus.
Your primary focus. Okay. Thank you very much. I don't have any other questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Doctor, you are a member of the American Academy of Forensic Science, correct?
I am.
Can you describe what that organization is and why you're a member?
The AAFS, the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, is the largest organization for forensic science in the nation. It has a lot of disciplines under its umbrella. It allows for scientists and practitioners to come together and share what they are currently doing in their practice, so case studies, experiments and the results of those experiments, but it also, in becoming a member, you are held to ethical standards as well, so it is just a body that allows scientists to come together and to adhere to certain standards.
Okay, so they assist in setting standards for various areas of forensic science?
They don't themselves set the standards, but they expect us to adhere to the standards set by, say, OSAC or National Institute of Science and Technology.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and just in so you said you're going through certification, certain certifications, and you've also been certified as a death investigator, correct?
Correct.
And you go through certain testing to get those certifications?
You do.
Okay. Are those blind tests?
Yes, the forensic anthropology, you go through the application process, and then you have to take a practical, which it would be blind to you, and then it's recently been broken up into 2 tiers. So it's a practical and then more case study. They give you examples and things like that, which you wouldn't know anything about. Okay. To be a death investigator, you recertify every 5 years. To be initially certified, you take a series of 5 multiple choice tests.
Okay. And for the practical tests, it's very important for those to be blind tests, correct?
Correct.
And after your investigation, which was a follow-up to the investigation done by the Waukesha County Medical Examiner, you could not come up with a cause of death or manner of death, correct?
There was no evidence of trauma on the skeleton.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
Just to be clear, it's not your role to determine cause or manner of death, correct?
Correct. I would do my investigation or my examination, and I would give a report of what I saw to the medical examiner, and then they would decide cause or manner of death.
Nothing else. Thank you.
Any recross?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you.
And, okay. Let's break for lunch now, okay, folks? And let's come back at, I think 1:15 will be ample time for lunch. Are we okay with that? Any objections? All right, let's be back at 1:15. Follow Mike's directions, whatever they are, such that we can start at that time, okay?
All right, as they break for lunch, we are probably going to let it drop there and pick up with the case tomorrow morning to get caught up. We're doing a day and a half each day as we get caught up. I think I'm just checking. Let's see. 4. Got to see if any of the courts are live. Court 1, Court 2. We're looking for Mr. Farag, is what we're looking for. Mr. Farag has an appearance today, or should. I think it's in front of Judge wool. Let's see. Okay, hang on. A lot of people are looking for a hug. Oh, no. Here's what I want. This is what I want. Okay, a couple things. Stop, everyone. Stop with your distractions. I need to be able to focus for just a second. Number one.
Hello.
Hey, the Greeners. Thank you. We're looking for Farag. If he's going to come up today, we want to bring that to you. Number two, we have the podcast tonight, 8:00, right here on this channel. That's going to be fun. Number three, I told you I had an idea for the channel, and I wanted to share it with you, and just and it really came to light because of this trial, where there are so many things we wanted to count. A lot of you are avid court watchers and counters and keep track with me, and I'm wondering if we maybe can make an app, and by we, that would be on my end, but I make an app that you could download for free that would allow you to keep a tally of something yourself associated with a case, and that I could come in and see your tally, see your counter. So we could pull up, say, like several different people's counters, as maybe Red Pen is counting how many times I say correct, and Blue Star is counting how many times I say app or nap or whatever, whatever it is. And then we could have multiple counters with your name attached to it, so we could see who's responsible for it and see what the tally is. And at the end of a trial, we might go through and see, there might be somebody who starts counting a certain thing, and we are not following it really in the beginning. We're like, did you realize we've had this many XYZ occurrences in this trial? I think that would be funny. So I've already been playing. I think the bones behind it on the operation, AI can program most of that. It's the graphical interface that's probably going to take just a little bit of time. My son does a little bit of that. He made our J-hatch counter, our interest counter for us. So the other side of that is I think it costs money.
Hello.
Hello. I think I need to apply to Apple to be a developer. I think it's like $100 or something. So I've got to get a developer's license, or I need to find somebody out there who has one and wants to make a program for us. Very simple like that. But obviously, the budget is it's about as big as our appetites after the testimony today. So it's called Tally. I just sent you a mod chat. 5:30 Eastern. Okay, so we've got an hour before. You know which court it's going to be in, Josh? On Thurston? If I checked on the cows today. That was yesterday. I was told to go play with the cows. Denise Dominguez, welcome to the gallery. New member. No, you've been here for 20 months. It makes you an OG. Oh, and by the way, can I say Sloth Life? Thank you for gifting more memberships. Another 5 today. Thank you for your generosity. Let's see. Baylor Bird, member for 2 months. Congratulations on that new colored courthouse. Counterculture is awesome. Whoever said that. Oh, that's the idea is, here's what I want. Just if there's somebody out there who's able to sort of like storyboard this or draw this up for me. I want individual user to be able to select like a specific case. Like I could set what case we have counters for. They can select a case, and within that, they can create a counter with a title. So they can name it what they want, and they can keep their tabs with a little clicker up and down, plus, minus. And then on my end, on the back end, I would have access, preferably in like a web format or something that's sort of graphical enough that I could display it, just like show it on the screen without having to transpose it and make a graphic out of it, so we can see a live counter. And then I want to be able to have like multiple counters, so we could track 2 or 3 things at once if needed. If there was specific, if we wanted to see which side was winning objections or which side was objecting more, then we could see back and forth and sort of run the stats that way. Britt Bottoms gifted a membership as well. Thank you, Britt Bottoms. Very generous. Camilla back home and happy to be with you guys. Congratulations on 13 months, Camilla. Thank you very much. Let's see. No graphics, Excel sheet. I like Excel. I've used object linking and embedding in Excel. I've actually had there was a time that I worked as a reports guy with data, and we used Excel extensively. It did some pretty I would say we were in the top 10% of users that were really getting the most out of Excel.
I'll install it.
We had many people on the team who were much smarter than me, and I basically just ran their software or their programs. Don't know what court bell keep in touch. Thank you, Josh. We'll get that for sure. Use tally counter. Okay, but Tasha, is there I need to have access to it is the thing. Let me see what we're talking about. Is this the iPhone app? Tally counter? Because I can do my own. That's what I've been doing all along, but I was wondering how you guys could clicker and scorekeeper. I need a group tally counter is what I need. If the program exists already out there somewhere, let me know. Amanda, she's like, I'm on board. There are lots of apps that let you count, and I like that. They've got great ones. But what I'm looking for is that we would basically come together and individually you can make your own counter and keep track of it. And, whatever. As far as, name it what you want. Put your name in there so we can say this is Amber's or this is Clips and Vixen's counter. And she's counting, how many pages of documents we've been flipping through. Whatever it is she's counting. I know EDB has a Law Nerd app. I don't know if hers has anything like this. I think this is an original idea. Community Tally app is what I've got in mind. Shared note. You had me at nap. Yes. If you know of something out there, Blackbird Rest, if you know of something that exists already out there that would work for this, I'd rather have something that already exists than try to recreate the wheel. We can make this app take over the birthday form asking for a friend. Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Sloth Life is on board as well. In this trial, I wanted to count the number of strike thats, and we've wanted to count the trues and the corrects, and I'm like, we're counting like 3 different things now. It'd be so much easier if we had multiple tallies. I can't keep multiple tallies here. I guess I could with a Stream Deck, but it would take me away from listening to what happens in court. I think it's important that at least one of us is paying attention. So, multiple tally counter came up on Google search. I guess I could have done that as well. Let's see. Online community tally counter. Yeah, and all these apps are designed for just one person who's counting. Possibly. Oh, that one's forbidden. 403. It doesn't work. Okay. Well, we've got to find it. All right. To the Counting Addict app, basically, yeah. And then you see how we've got our. Let me go back here. Box source 4 is going to be 4. There we go. You see how we've got our sort of overlay. Oops. Let's go here. Like this. Where we have our counter with the title over it. Something simple like that. where we had the name that's you can tell what you're counting and then the number below, but it'll be a live update. So a web page, an app instead of the website, but there has to be a user end on the back end that can see everything. Unless the app has that view for me. Count how many times Greeners gets called out. Thank you, little stubby. Splitwise you can use with friends. What is Splitwise? Kelly P, I've actually already had Grok program the whole thing in Swift, which is Apple's program. It's a Swift UI. Using Firebase on the back end, React.js for the web dashboard, and authentication is Firebase as well. So I've got some code that would work, but of course it needs to be cleaned up and tested and everything. There's probably a tech nerd in chat that already made it and is about to make millions.
I got a stubby little pencil.
Can we add to the website? I'm not sure, Amber. I'm not sure if this would be something we could add to the website. Possibly we could. Possibly there could be a counter page on the website.
Hello.
But I'd want it to be basically just run on its own, so it doesn't require any manual work to set it up, other than just counting and naming it. All right, a couple of you have been talking about this. We did talk about this earlier this morning, but the Maya case, the Maya Kowalski case, huge, earth-shaking decision from the 2nd District Court of Appeals today that came in on Mathis's birthday that completely reversed the decision. Everything she was awarded damages for, all the judgment against Jay Hatch, every item of it was reversed. Some was completely struck and cannot be tried again. And on a couple counts, a couple issues, they can be tried again, but it would be a brand new trial sent back to Judge Carroll, I guess, if he's still going to take it and go forward. I don't know where that puts us on the appeal, because this was a circuit court decision. I don't know if she can appeal that decision or not. But just the $260 million decision, final judgment, zeroed out, gone. Massive win for Jay Hatch. And I know Dr. Joe Corcoran emailed or texted me this morning. A couple of us reached out to me and Rob. We're sort of on the group text and stuff, and shared it with us this morning. I think he's probably going to be making the rounds a little bit, talking about this, because he's obviously got his finger on the pulse on that one. There was an ambulance, about 100 miles an hour. But yeah, I mean, this is devastating to the family, I'm sure. The financial impact of what happened here, I don't even understand what's going to happen there.
Hello.
Obviously, we've got lawyers who have been fighting over money in this case, and money was held in, some was released and some was paid to different people for different reasons, and now reversing a decision. I don't even know what's going to happen with the money. That is wild. But 2nd DCA, they did that. All right. Let's see what else. Court of Appeals exists for a reason. I'm glad they do. May not always get it right, but a reversal is almost unheard of. The reason they reverse it, they're not saying, the Court of Appeals doesn't say the jury got this wrong, they should have done this. It's not that. Every single thing the court decided, 2nd District Court of Appeals decided, was that Judge Carroll made an error in this. The immunity ruling was improperly applied, and it should have covered this, so that would rule out that. In the instance where they're saying that the hospital did this and it was institutional, they're saying there's no evidence from the management point that they were involved, and those cops are going so fast by my house. anyway, it's there's a ton of stuff there. I tore through the document this morning and summarized it, and I gave you a little bit, and there's some more online. I think at this point, honestly, I mean, I could read it to you. I could do that. But I think it's going to take some legal minds here where we're talking about appeals and what happens next. And this is an appellate ruling. So this is a court designed to speak lawyer language to lawyers, right? And judges. So it's very heavy. It's heavy reading, but yeah, it's a bad situation for the family down there. So, all right, you hear the sirens. That was 2 cars. They go by just so fast. All right. What do we have now? We've got 1 hour before Farag. It's 5:30. Oh, and thank you, by the way. I've been getting people's messages about suggestions for different types of healthy snacks that I can eat as I'm on this new health kick. I told you I woke up the other day having a nightmare about my health and the numbers, the figures as far as, my personal stats in the nightmare happened to be my reality, and it was exact. So that's not good. So yeah. All right.
Hello.
I think Ian is going to be possibly doing something with Maya tonight. Obviously, the World Series is on. We have our podcast on as well. So there's a lot happening. Anything else we need to go over? Do we want to? We've had a lot of people drop off because I told them we were stopping, and they're going to be mad if I keep going. Let's leave it where we are right now as far as with the case up in Wisconsin. We'll pick that up tomorrow morning, probably a little bit earlier. We could do a little bit of court hopping. Before I do that, let's do this. I'm trying to clean everything up. Show me that. Where's my camera when I need it? That was not camera. That was film. I don't need that. Okay. All right. Let's check out. See if we've got anybody who's still running court today that we want to jump in on and say hi to. Well, let's see. Judge Wolf is going live, but we won't jump in quite yet. I think he's still on a trial. Judge Boyd is off. Let's see. Fulton County expedited accusations calendar is going live.
But at another restaurant in Roswell called the Gaslight. However, he knew the actual server in this one and interjected himself. Several people at the restaurant had to render aid to the 2 victims. In this particular case, they were transported to the hospital and actually admitted, Your Honor. We have been in contact with them. They are, in fact, involved. They sustained serious injuries. They did not throw a punch at Mr. Inslee at all. And I do get that his criminal history isn't as bad. We've seen worse here. However, the extent of what happened here in terms of the severity of of these particular several blows to the head and the fact that he fled the scene after the incident shows that he is, in fact, a flight risk. The link that in addition to that, Your Honor, when officers went to that restaurant to try to get the video surveillance, the folks at the restaurant would not give them that. They told them they would have to get a warrant. They gave them a lot of red tape. The excessiveness of his act, he left the scene of the accident, the seriousness of the injury, the fact that they did confront the server who was involved, who denied knowing Mr. Inslee. Then through their intel, they found out that that the two of them did know each other and also worked together at the Gaslight.
Okay, this guy's going on in a story. Judge Wohl, who was our judge for Mr. Farag, just came on live, and so let's see if we can.
Sorry that SOC today. We're also hoping to address the infraction that was tracking along. He just would like to mitigate that fine on that infraction.
That was actual speed. He talks that fast. That was the guy.
All right,
these are
Mr.
live.
Kupfer, have you been over your stipulated order of continuance document with Mr. Hofstad?
Yes, I have, Your Honor.
Okay, do you have any questions for me about it?
I don't think so.
Okay, so an 18-month continuance, you've agreed not to violate the criminal law or drive until you're licensed and insured.
That is correct.
All right, if you do those things at the end of 18 months, the prosecutor will dismiss the charge. If you were to fail to do any one of those things, then the case would come to court for a trial to the judge without a jury, and the only evidence the judge would consider would be the police report. Is that the way you understand it?
That is the way I understand it, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, I'm going to accept your waivers then, accept your case for an 18-month stipulated order of continuance.
Thank you.
All right, Kupfer, good luck on that.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Hofstad, anything else? Oh, no, we've got to talk about the mitigating the infraction.
Correct.
All right, it was a registration infraction. Okay, did you get your car registered, Mr. Kupfer?
Yeah, within a day.
Okay, then I will reduce the fine from $237 down to $100.
I appreciate that, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, just contact the court clerk's office and they will explain the different payment arrangements to you.
Okay, Zach, will you steer me in that direction by email?
Of course.
Thank you.
Okay, you're good to go, sir.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Bye.
All right, take care of yourself, Mr. Hofstad.
Thank you. You too. And hi, Candace. Have a good day, guys.
All right, and then Ms. Bowden, are you there with us?
Farag is supposed to be here today, and he's
I'm
supposed to be here with about 5:30.
All right, and you've got Mark Nelson on today.
Do we see him
I
in
do,
court
Your
there?
Honor. Mr. Nelson has another matter similar pending in Pierce County. And it looks like I'm probably going to end up having to do a couple pleas on these matters. But I'm not prepared to do them today. I know we have a trial set, and I know this has been set over. I did send him a long letter of a number of things he had to do if he were to want to get a license, and they would take quite a bit of work on his part. So I would just ask to set it over, and I would let the court know it'll more likely than not be a disposition.
Okay. State have any objection to that?
No objection to set over, Your Honor. Are we doing a speedy trial waiver or?
Yes, my office is doing one right now. And,
great. Yeah, no objection, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you, Ms. Bowden.
All right, then
Mr. Holcomb, is this assigned to you now?
This is Mr. Lindgren, and it is actually assigned to me.
Sorry. Okay. It's my eyesight.
All good.
All right. We might hang out here to see if Mr.
All
Frog
right,
shows
we'll
up.
reset confirmation to December 17th and trial to January 7th.
Thank you.
And we'll send out notice with that too.
Okay. What time is it on the 17th?
1:30 again? Okay, 1:30 it is.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, any other cases, Ms. Bowden?
That's it. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
All right, take care.
Bye-bye. You too.
He will show up in person. He has been freed. The judge let him go on his own recognizance. I'm not seeing him there in the courtroom, at least not on that side. but he's not supposed to be there for a little while, and he's probably out with his dogs right now.
And then Mr. White.
In person with dogs.
You have
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
There's Mr. Hunter. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
And Mr. Hunter's on today for a pretrial hearing.
That's correct, Your Honor. We had actually waived arraignment, so that's why I had Mr. Hunter here, so the court could set conditions of release. As far as the pretrial aspect, we're essentially just asking to strike that, leave the trial confirmation jury trial date set. I think there may have been a little bit of a mix-up on discovery. We just got discovery today, so we'll need some additional time.
Okay. All right, we've got that date set for you on December 2nd.
You guys don't think he's going to show?
Anything else?
If the court needs to set conditions of release.
He's been ordered not to bring his dogs.
Nobody's requested any, so we're...
Last time they were barking. They were barking.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Hunter, we'll see you back here December 2nd.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it.
Have a good day.
Right. Mr. Newcomb checked in yet? I don't see him.
What about Mr. Farag?
Now that, I don't, Candace, I'm going to just verify that you got the word on number 4 there, Crying Diami. That this morning. Good. Yeah. So Amy has docket entries for that. And Mr. Peterson had a family.
No, Mr. Farag. I need to see the other side of the courtroom.
Partner came in and handled that for him. Okay, and is Mr. Cherkasov here? We'll just wait since Mr. Newcomb is representing him. Okay, and then are you folks here for court today?
Yeah, my name is Blackwell, last name Blackwell. I don't know if it shows up on board.
Okay.
Is that correct?
For civil order? Yes, it is, and I'm going to get to that in just a second. Okay, and let me just make, I've got 4 of those, so I want to make sure I've got the right one. You're Ray Sean Blackwell. Okay, and the respondent in that is Arredondo. Yes, okay, I did review and issue an order in this one, but have you heard from the court clerk yet?
As far as
Yeah, I've returned the documents to her with the order. So if you would check in with the civil clerk's window, she'll be able to give you your copies of the paperwork and let you know what happens next.
It's already reviewed.
Yeah, I reviewed your document already, and I would give you more information, but I didn't keep it with me. I don't want to tell you anything that's inaccurate, but she has all the documentation that I did for your case.
Thank you.
Okay.
And you
And
got
then are you folks here for court?
Yeah, Catherine Matter, M-A-T-T-E-R.
See what
Had filed for a protection order with Zachariah Irway.
Right.
Correct. Okay, yes, it's a similar situation. I've already reviewed that. And I want to make sure that I don't give you bad information either.
You had Mr. Magoo on today as well? With Simpson? Rock and roll? You had him with Simpson? Or?
Yes, I did review your petition earlier this morning after I believe you filed it yesterday. And based on the petition that you filed, I've denied your request for an anti-harassment order because I was unable to find the legal basis for unlawful harassment in this case. So when I do that, when any of us do that, we keep the petition open for you for 14 days. So if something else happens, if there's additional things that happen that start to form a pattern, you can file additional information and we'll take another look at it.
And so that aggressive act will not be documented, or it is documented?
Oh, it is documented. It's just not in and of itself legally sufficient for the court to issue an anti-harassment.
Okay, appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, clearing out the courtroom. Are there any dogs out there, ma'am? Are there any dogs in the hallway? A couple German shepherds about yay big. No? Jaded for Justice. Yeah, I tweeted about this morning. I've been texting Dr. Joe Corcoran, who was the witness, the star witness in that trial. He let me know first thing this morning when that happened.
Mr. is here, but we're going to wait for Mr. Pahl to call that case.
Yeah, it's.
All right, so we get recess.
Can't believe it. That's rare. It's rare for a complete reversal like that.
Jump off.
Especially because Judge Carroll was so careful throughout the trial
Sorry.
to prevent appeal. Did he say he's going to leave the bench? I think the judge just left. He did. He just left. Okay. So we've got to wait for the next block before Mr. Farag's supposed to show up. I think. Let me see if I can tell you. A couple of you were asking. Let me give you a little bit more lengthy. Let's see. Description of what happened, the legal issues, the court's reasoning. The appeal in the Maya trial was centered on a bunch of, was focused on a couple things. They had the immunity under Section 39. They had false imprisonment claim and there were 3 distinct periods that involved. There was the intentional infliction of emotional distress for both Beata and for Maya. There was the wrongful death tied to Beata. There was the medical negligence, as whether J. Hatch was liable under any apparent agency for Dr. Smith's actions. There was the battery claims for January 6th. The fraudulent billing, whether J. Hatch falsely billed using CRPS code despite doubting the diagnosis causing injury. There was punitive damages that basically said sufficiency of evidence for intentional misconduct or gross negligence by J. Hatch or its managing agents, and there was motions for directed verdicts in a new trial. So these are the appeal areas that they focused on, which is basically everything. And then the court made these decisions, right? The appellate court looked at this. They looked at it de novo, which means brand new, right? It's with new eyes, not from the judge's perspective, and we've already made a ruling on that, so we'll start from there and continue. But brand new, they look at this and they said, regarding immunity analysis, the trial court correctly granted immunity for abuse reports, but erred by narrowly interpreting, or I guess that's erred. Which way is correct? It's error or erred, right? I think. They erred by narrowly interpreting Section 39, excluding good faith participation in dependency proceedings, implementing court orders. Immunity is broad to encourage child protection, so no evidence showed J. Hatch's bad faith. This error allowed inadmissible evidence of immune actions, tainting the trial and requiring a new trial on affected claims. So the evidence that was allowed in because of the ruling of what was covered and what was not tainted the trial, made the jury reach the wrong decision based on the court's error. False imprisonment. For October 7th through 13th, J. Hatch had color of authority under Section 39 to detain Maya and amid imminent danger suspicions, and immunity applied. Other periods were not directly challenged but tied to immunity. As far as the intentional infliction of emotional distress for Beata, they say there was insufficient evidence of outrageous conduct directed at her. Separation was court ordered, and relayed statements did not qualify. Directed verdict should have been granted. They're basically saying it was so obvious that the Judge Carroll should have thrown out that charge. Is proper. Okay. But is it erred in past tense or is it erred? I think it's erred. As far as the intentional infliction of emotional distress for Maya, conduct must be independent of any other torts. While some actions overlapped with immune or other claims, a special concurrence noted sufficient evidence of outrageousness in exploiting Maya's minor status and pain. Example, lies and the berating. but it should have been separate for that. That's one that can go back and retry, right? It's not thrown out completely. Medical negligence, no apparent agency for Dr. Smith. The Kowalskis knew her role by October 11th. Even if applicable, her actions were immune under Chapter 39. So, Dr. Smith's covered medical negligence. A battery tied to immunity, no separate analysis beyond punitive damages. Fraudulent billing, no proof of false statements. Bills used multiple codes or pecuniary injury, example, higher copays. So that's basically saying it didn't negatively affect you on the fraudulent billing, so you don't have standing. Punitive damages lacked clear evidence of corporate level misconduct. Involved staff were not management agents and had no ratification, and no ratification was shown. And then as far as new trial, pervasive errors, immunity misapplication, evidentiary issues, improper arguments, undermined fairness, necessitating reversal. So the whole trial, you get a new trial on those other charges. Crazy. So the findings, we've shared those. That J. Hatch was immune for good faith, Chapter 39. The trial court was erroneous in their narrow view of that protection. False imprisonment for October 7th through 13th was barred by immunity, so there was no liability. The IED for Beata failed due to lack of directed outrageous conduct. It had to be directly at her for it to apply. The court says that didn't happen. IED for Maya had potential merit on retrial. So this is the one that they throw them a bone, right? So maybe on a retrial you can do it, potential merit, based on evidence of vulnerability exploitation, but it must exclude immune and overlapping elements. There was too much doubling up on certain items. Medical negligence rejected, no apparent agency or liability for Dr. Smith. Punitive damages unsupported without corporate misconduct evidence. Fraudulent billing claim failed for lack of falsity of damages, and overall trial errors required reversal for fairness. Error sounds just like error. Error is to make a mistake. I think is the correct. To is human. Somebody sort me out on that. Red pen, can you? Is it err or er? To is human, to forgive is divine. Yeah, something like that. As far as Maya's attorneys, I don't know. I've once I came back from Florida from that last hearing that we went to, in that case, I sort of watched it for the interest counter. We did the interest clock for a long time, and we sort of watched from a 50,000 foot view. I know that the lawyers got in a battle between themselves. That got really ugly. That didn't help anything, and I didn't want to become involved in that. Good people on both sides, and it just got personal in weird ways. So anyway, I'm staggering over my words. Okay, let me ask Siri. Siri would know. How do you pronounce the word that's spelled E-R-R? It says, did you forget your Apple Watch code? Hey Siri, pronounce the word E-R-R.
I found this on the web.
How to pronounce in English. This is the Cambridge Dictionary. It says This is It's Cambridge Dictionary. And in the UK? To is human. Cambridge says just saying. My Cambridge Dictionary, which we'll trust. Posty 7. What did I do? It's like one of those words in journalism. There are some words where journalists are trained to use it improperly. For instance, if somebody goes to court and they enter a plea, and it happened yesterday, you don't say he pled guilty. In journalism, the correct, and this is just for journalism, the correct usage is pleaded. He pleaded guilty, which I don't know why they do that, but is the sound I make when describing how fast I took a corner in my car. Red Pen says I say it like air because sounds like a to me. Pleaded drives me bonkers. You and me both. I was taught air, and I'm a Canadian. It's not it's error sounding. I'm with you. It doesn't make sense, but it's one of those rules in the English language where it's backwards. You know? If you have a problem with that, go grab a knife and fight about it.
Hello.
Okay. And I just gave you a big old Red Pen just for you. Checking back with Thurston Court number 1 to see if they are live yet. We are waiting for Mr. Frog, who may be there as soon as 5:30 today. Let's see. Court 2 is live. We can go there for
which the state is moving to rescind.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Covering the lawyer completely. Sorry, ma'am. I'll get out of the way here. I'm going to be right up here. Is that all right?
And then, is there, from Jabs, is there a way for me to view the court file?
Is this a new judge?
This right here. Thanks. And then for the matter ending in 812, the pretrial diversion, I'm going to look at the submitted police report for the factual basis.
Read it to us. Those are interesting. Don't see Mr. Frog in courtroom 2 either.
I'm assuming you have a redacted copy.
No.
Yes.
Is your favorite
Okay.
prosecutor?
If there's anything wanting, then just let me know.
Nope, will do.
He's tearing through that police report. Follow his eyes. Okay, yeah, all right. Nisqually fell asleep. It's a rare day when Red Pen, our English teacher extraordinaire, argues for mob rule when it comes to pronunciation. But today's the day. Red Pen, I'm with you on that one. Any Dallas courts? I don't know. What's happening in Dallas? He's studying the cockroach on the floor. Mathis.
All right.
The ruling's reasoning is confusing and unclear. However, claims that can be retried still had huge damage awards, so maybe J. Hatch will settle now.
Having reviewed the submitted police report, I don't think it's necessary for an unredacted version here. I do find that there's a factual basis for the plea to assault in the 4th degree domestic violence.
Oh, Stevie. Mathis, thank you, and happy birthday, by the way. Thanks for 15 amazing months.
And the agreement here
we're going to jump back.
Makes sense to me. Ms. Espinoza, on the assault in the 4th degree matter, you have the opportunity but not the requirement to say anything. Is there anything you'd like to say with respect to that case?
I appreciate everybody working on my case. Thank you.
That's all.
Ma'am.
Respectful, but not admitted guilt.
And the court will follow that recommendation. So let's see, we'll pull up a J and S. All right, so the courts will pose 364 days, and it was 48 days, is that right? Credit for time served?
Yes, Your Honor, it was 48 days credit for time served.
Now she gets a year?
Spend 316, credit for 48.
She gets out today.
All right, and then this was to close, is that correct?
The 0812, yes.
Yes, okay.
So drops one case, gets credit for time served, suspend the other one as long as she's good. She doesn't do any more time.
I'm working on the rescission now.
Okay. I was gonna say, there's nothing in the JNS that reflects rescinding the no contact order, is that right? Yeah, it was just for their rescission, okay.
Amber's mom says, all right, I'm a
And
British.
then for clarity, what I'll
British
do
English.
is, no.
I hear you there.
We're just closing the case. Yeah, for sentencing, okay. Is that the easiest way for the, okay.
Okay, this judge is a little bit, is still learning the system. We're going to go back and check Court 1 as well. Court 1 is live. We're back.
And you said that'll be a 1:30, sir?
30.
Great, thank you.
All right, take care, Mr. Newcomb.
You as well, Your Honor.
Bianca
Thank
is
you.
upside down. She's hanging from the ceiling. I think she's a bat, possibly a vampire. Our eyes have trouble recognizing faces when they're upside down. You know that?
So,
They try to correct things in our head.
o'clock calendar we had.
What's weird is we can read the warning label on her
Oh, there we go. Okay, I got you.
Looking for a waiver form to complete.
Okay, I didn't see you here or Mr. Lynn here. I was starting to wonder.
Where's Mr. Farag?
Okay, and I think Mr. Pelon just went out with Mr. Nguyen, so I'm going to call this civil petition for Bianca Arangit versus Jennifer Prosser.
She just flipped down.
I'm present. Bianca Arungit is present.
Okay, and I have your petition for an anti-harassment order against Jennifer Prosser.
He's not going to grant it.
Now, I've reviewed what you wrote here on your petition, and it's quite frankly, I can't make any sense of it.
So it's a long story. It's a long story. So she is Jennifer Prosser or Williamson or whatever her name is. She has been she's connected to Hillary Clinton and Trump and a few people, right?
What?
We are actually frontline soldiers for this fight against the New World Order United States. I'm gonna just be all the way honest. And Jennifer Prosser, used her connections to the government to go to this doctor's office, to my main doctor's office in Renton. It's called the UW Valley Medical Center. And she somehow went and obtained my medical record to help my husband, who I've recently found out is an ISIS member. I found out he was ISIS in
Okay, this checks out. Hang on.
2020, November, December 2020. Is when I found out that he was affiliated with ISIS or something was going on with him. So anyways, she's been having an affair with him for a very long time, off and on affair. She'll go back with him for a while, and then she'll go back to this other guy that I used to date named Tyree. I think that's who she's married to right now, but yeah. So she helped Omar Tamam, who's my husband still, by force. She's helped him get an adult guardianship against me without my permission or my consent or my knowledge that it was even happening when they went and obtained it.
This woman
And
has a driver's
it's
license.
recorded in the King County system, but it's like concealed. It's covered up the name that it is. But an employee at the courthouse told me that was the page when I found it, that those were the cases with the guardianship that pertain to me. So some kind of fraud went on. I've already reported that courthouse to the FBI. I've already reported that whole situation. And now she's been using this guardianship, this adult guardianship, to pretty much sabotage me and stalk me, control. I just recorded a video where I tried to make a doctor's appointment, and they told me that pretty much she has been controlling my doctor's appointments, and she's been trying to tell my doctor's office that I can't take diet medication and all this other stuff. She's pretending to be my guardian, but I've never asked her to be my guardian. I'm not incompetent. I've never went to court for that. I have to go to a doctor's office somewhere and get a mental evaluation to prove that she committed fraud. And that
Ms. Argid, I've got the petition that you filed, and I'm making decision based on the petition you filed, not based on a conversation.
Okay, I didn't finish my story though. I went to her house to confront her about this guardianship. She said on the camera that she doesn't have it, but the military.
Your microphone has been muted, and I'm just telling you that based on the information that you filed in your petition for an anti-harassment order is denied. I do not find any of the allegations to be credible or real, so there won't be an order issued as a result. And that will be the end of your hearing. And you are free to stick around for court if you want to, or you can go. It's up to you, but I'm moving on to other court business now.
She's driving.
All right, Mr. McGinty, did you want to?
You didn't even hear my court hearing, sir.
You've got Alexander Lynn for pretrial.
And yes, Your Honor, good afternoon. For the record, it's coming into the counsel for Mr. Lynn.
She's
appearing under Rule 3.4. I believe this is cause number 5A0686286. Additionally, there's I think an infraction that's tracking with this for 5A0686287. We'd ask the court that those matters track going forward. This is the first pretrial hearing, Your Honor. This will be a defense motion to continue. I don't know if I have a complete discovery packet. I'm going to inquire with the state whether I do or not. I'm asking the court to set this out maybe to early January. That should give me enough time here to get the mitigation that I plan on obtaining and resolving this case. I do have some trials coming up and next month and in December that are largely going to really take a hold of my calendar.
And did you find a waiver to file?
I'm preparing that waiver right now, Your Honor. And I would just, if I would put, I guess, January 1st as the commencement date.
Gotcha. All right, state have any objection?
No objection.
All right, let's set this, Candace, let's set the Lynn matters together for a pretrial in January.
I'm a little concerned.
Does that work for you, Mr. McGinty, January 7th?
I'm concerned that she's driving. I think she
That
needs
will work.
help.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, we'll set that date.
Mr. Nagayan has been sitting mute. She was parked on the side of the road with cars racing by on the shoulder. Yeah, I was worried she was going to get out. I was worried she's going to try to get it back on the traffic, which I'm sure she's going to do in some way. I'm worried she's going to come to court. Or she's telling the truth. That's a possibility. It's possible her husband could be ISIS. And it's possible that somebody related to Trump and, who was it? Trump and the Clintons? I forget who it was. Has been exercising a guardianship over her, preventing her from getting her diet medication. It's possible. All these things could be true. The judge said probably not. Tony, thanks for that. Appreciate that. Our poll on Mr. Frog, is he going to show up? Let me clear this pinned note for just a second. He is still running. We've got 235 votes in so far. If you've got a say, if you want to say something, get it in now. Give him a little bit longer. I think he's got maybe 15 minutes to get here to court. This is the courtroom we anticipate he would be called to. So we are watching this one. The preceding occurrence just happened along the way, as it does up in Thurston County, Washington. So let's do the math and come up with the odds. They're not in his favor right now. We're showing it's basically 2/3 of you say no, that he's not going to show up. That's with 241 votes. This is a judge that needs to sentence Frog. This judge let him go. This judge had him in custody after being on the run, on the lam. And he's like, you know what we need to do? We need to just let you go. Just on your own recognizance. See ya. I'm not even sure if he's going to call the case today. We're going to end the poll here. As soon as we hit 250 votes, it looks like the statistics are holding pretty steady. I need 2 more votes. If you haven't voted, the poll's at the top. One more now. The poll's at the top of your chat window. Yeah, there we go. We got 250. You could make that networked counter system with WordPress. Tell me more. I'd like to have it as an app, Phil. I mean, like something that can run on Android or an iPhone, so that people who are watching on their TV can use their phone as a counter. So they can just click to follow. And the key word here in your sentence is you could make. I'm not sure if I could. I'll challenge you there. That's why I was putting it out to the world. But possibly Amber's going to look at this. She's good with websites. So. All right, the poll's in no, 67%, yes, 33%. That's poll's complete with 250 votes. No missing votes this time. Josh says 10 memberships if Mr. Frog shows up. We're rooting for him. We really are. We hope he shows up. I'd like to see his case resolved, honestly, to get him, off this the circle of recidivism that he currently lives at. Let him focus on his dogs and his car and everything else that's going on. I think there needs to be some accountability, though. He's sort of mocked the whole system thumbed his nose at the courts. There's got to be something, right? Even if it's just a token. I don't believe in kicking someone when they're down.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I apologize for not having a blazer. I left it hanging on my chair in my office, so I'd appreciate if the court didn't sanction me today.
We are.
But thank you. I have Dean Nguyen. He is on Zoom. I think, yeah, there he is.
Good afternoon, Mr. Nguyen.
This is
It's not Nagayan.
This is Mr. Nguyen's first pretrial. At this point, Your Honor, we're going to need a little bit of time. Hopefully, we'll be able to get this matter resolved. He has made an appointment for a treatment evaluation on 11/13 with the Right Step. So I very much like to see the results of that. And then I do also want, I had a consult with Mr. Nguyen, but I think at this point we may have already received, I believe we have received the discovery in his case. So I'm going to have my office schedule a time in the next two weeks or so for him to come in and we can go over the discovery. I'm asking for a set over, proposing something maybe 6 weeks out. I've passed up a waiver speedy trial with a commencement date of today, and 90 days from today would be an expiration date of January 27th, 2026. I had a discussion with Mr. Nguyen this afternoon regarding his right to a speedy trial and the need for the continuance. He's been advised and is in agreement with the waiver and resetting of the current court date.
December 9th.
That works for me. Mr. Nguyen, can you be on Zoom on December 9th if I need you?
He's muted.
Yes, I can.
Oh, he's good.
Perfect.
December 9th at 9:30.
Sounds good. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And thank you, counsel.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Nguyen, and you're good to go, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And we'll be in contact soon, Dean, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right. Have a good rest of your day.
Okay, thank you very
Thanks,
much.
everyone.
So, Mr. Lindgren, we were going to move the number 1 on the 2:30 calendar over to courtroom 3 for arraignment. I think it was just accidentally calendared in here.
That's Mr. Autry. Understood, Your Honor.
There's somebody there.
All right, and so that'll leave the 2:30 calendar. It'll be a recess till then.
Okay, so we've got 10 minutes. 10 minutes for the 2:30 calendar. The judge just cleared off some room because he knows this might take a while. We're officially on Mr. Farag watch.
For Mr. Lynn, let me see.
See if they keep,
Oh, that is.
see if they keep the.
My colleague Andrew.
Keep it open. Keep it open. Mr. Farag is going to moonwalk into court. I'd like to see him arrive, if it's going to happen.
Yeah, Candace. Mr. McGinty just sent a speedy trial waiver to you on one of the cases just now. Should he? It just occurred to me. Should he also send that to Thurston County District Court, or is it just okay to send it to you?
Just send it to you.
Cool. All right. Thank you. He's got it. I appreciate that. Yeah, for sure. It just kind of popped in my head, like, oh, maybe she'd like us to send this to ourselves.
Yeah, otherwise there'll be a delay.
Do you have them? Yeah. Can you look this case up? It came in JIS. But when I go into the portal, there's no charging documents, right?
I think if he shows up, he's going to be late. It's something about his car, something about his dogs. I don't know. I don't think he's going to be on time. Just a little note as
I don't know. I don't handle lace cases. I really don't. Yeah, now I kind of see what you're talking about. Yeah, he appears to have been charged, but simple as all lace. But that would be handled here. It's handled in this court, but they have their own prosecutors, and they kind of do their own thing. Would it still be in that portal though? I don't know. Yeah, really, I know surprisingly little about lace cases. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. All right, thank you for sure.
I have the tiger. Yeah. Closest we can do is Big Dill. I knew one guy with that last name, and he said his name was Nagayan. That's how he pronounced it. but pretty sure it was the same spelling, the NG. Play Eye of the Tiger, but sing Wee Stubby Pencil. It's the wee stubby pencil. It's the yeah. That might work. If Frog shows up, I'll make another breakdance video of whatever song RA picks. Even Gray's the new green. No, it's going to be Taylor Swift for sure. AWOL.
Hello.
To be Taylor.
This time of the year, always.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting.
Spoopy, I saw your message. He just sort of laughed and thought we were funny. That we would want to watch court when he was so bored and didn't want to be there and had to stay.
Yeah.
What happened?
I know the feel. I was kind of like turning that over in my head, the other day. I was after the Mariners lost, where I was thinking just like, oh, maybe they'll be back in another like 10 years or so. I'm like, what'll that be? I'm like, that'll be the 2030s.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ugh.
5 section, the next step.
Yeah. Yeah, it is weird how that stuff sneaks up on you.
It is.
If Mr. Frog shows up,
About, like,
it's a possibility.
Yeah. Sort of like this little increment to think about things in 2 to 3 month chunks.
Yeah. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Did we have a song about Mr. Frog already? Let me check my library. Did I play one? Okay, it would be older. I think we started doing AI songs after Mr. Frog went on the run. Never really got him. Yeah, he has not been given the Suno treatment, as far as I can tell. Nothing there. Play Bon Jovi, Runaway. That's a good song. It's a good song with a good message. One of the first songs I learned how to play on the guitar. So Josh said if Mr. Farag shows up, he will give 10 memberships. How many were you? It was 20 if he doesn't? Is that what I heard, Josh? Was it 20 or 25? I don't recall. I don't recall, Josh. It was a win either. It was 30. Oh, Donna says 30. See, I heard incorrectly. If Mr. Farag shows, we get 10 memberships, a breakdance, and a song. Best channel on YouTube. Yes. I was making stuff up. The 50 is if your team wins the who is it, the Blue Jays? Is it the Blue Jays? What's the baseball team in Canada? If they win the World Series. So go Jays, right? For sure. The Blue Jays win the World Series. Okay, Blue Jays win the World Series. Then we get Josh is gonna make it rain in here with memberships. Okay, there it is. If somebody screenshot this, if 50 gifted memberships if Blue Jays win the World Series, and 10 if Farag shows up. Frog has 3 minutes. He's going to do fine. He'll be here. See him waltz in here with his dogs. What are the odds? The games are tied, right? Frog can't zoom in. He has to be in person. He's been ordered to show up in person and sans dogs. Well, the little tweet I sent out this morning about the Second District Court of Appeals reversing the Maya Kowalski decision has 18,200. Oh, he's done. 18,200 views. Oh, and 20. And here's what happened. There were 20 reposts. That's why. Okay, let's either watch The Martian or go back to court here. Did they just restart? 2's still live.
Potential ramifications that could be coming from the potential SOC, or the potential that the SOC could be revoked. As I said, I understand where the state's coming from. However, we saw a huge step forward today from Mr. Souther taking responsibility for this City of Lacey charge. And I would ask that you take that into consideration when releasing, or in releasing him today.
Take it when you release him. Yeah.
I think given the circumstances of
this is not the right one. Let's check courtroom 3. They are live in courtroom 3.
Remain at liberty in the community.
Lo estoy dejando salir bajo firma solo, eso significa que puede salir, estar libre en la comunidad.
Judge has given us the bird.
That liberty is subject to the following conditions.
Esa libertad está sujeta a las siguientes condiciones, señor.
You are not to commit any criminal law violations.
No puede cometer ningún otro incumplimiento de ley.
You shall not possess a gun or other deadly weapon.
No puede poseer ni un arma ni cualquier otra arma peligrosa.
And you are not to have contact with the alleged victim in this case per the no contact order that we are about to discuss.
Y no puede tener contacto con la víctima alegada en este caso, así como la orden de no contacto que vamos a hablar ahora de ella.
Your next court date is December 2nd, 2025 at 10 o'clock for a pretrial conference.
Su próximo día de presentarse es diciembre 2 a las 10 de la mañana para una conferencia antes del juicio.
I'm watching court for Frog as well.
And I have appointed Thurston County Public Defender to represent you in this case.
He puesto a los defensores públicos de Thurston, del condado de Thurston, para que lo representen.
Like I just mentioned, Mr. Salgado, I am entering a no contact order.
Como le mencioné, estoy entrando una orden de no contacto, señor Salgado.
For the protected person identified by the initials AAB.
Para la persona con las iniciales, protegida con las iniciales AAB.
That would be Abe.
There are several conditions to that no contact order. The most important is that you must remain 1,000 feet away from the protected person at all times.
Hay varias condiciones para esta orden de no contacto. En todo momento usted tiene que estar por lo menos a 1,000 pies de distancia de la persona protegida bajo esta orden.
However, I have put specific language in the order that allows you to attend school, but while you're at school, you must comply with the school's non-contact order at all times.
He puesto aquí especificado que usted puede seguir asistiendo a la escuela, pero mientras esté en la escuela tiene que seguir la orden puesta de no contacto por la escuela.
Okay. Do you have any questions?
¿Tiene alguna preguntita, señor Salgado?
Sí.
Yes.
¿Cuándo es el siguiente? ¿Cuándo es la corte?
When is my next court date?
It's December 2nd at 10 o'clock.
Diciembre 2 a las 10 de la mañana.
Okay.
Okay.
Sí, muchas gracias.
Thank you.
You are welcome. And I recommend that you contact the public defender in the next week to find out who your attorney is and to discuss your case with them.
De nada, señor. Le recomiendo, por favor, muy importante, que en cuanto pueda contacte a los defensores públicos de Thurston para que así pueda poner una cita con el abogado que le corresponda y hablar de su caso.
¿Cuándo puedo hacerlo?
When can I call?
¿Cómo?
Yeah.
Or how will I do this?
Judge keeps putting us off.
If you're able to see the Zoom chat, I can put a phone number for the main office in the Zoom chat.
Sí, señor Christopher, si usted puede mirar en la cajita del chat, le voy a poner ahí un número de teléfono para que usted pueda apuntarlo y llamar a los defensores públicos cuando usted pueda.
Okay.
Okay.
What's the buffer for? Oh, please list the name to include in the birthday song and select month and day from the drop-down menu. Prior entry is not copied over yet. Yeah. We got people saying
Lo he
things like
puesto, lo ha
my
apuntado,
mom.
señor, ¿todo bien?
We don't know who
Sí.
you are or
Okay, all good.
who your mom is.
1 second.
Once you've taken down that number, Mr. Salgado, you're free to leave the Zoom.
En cuanto apunte ese número, señor, ya se puede salir de Zoom hoy. Ya hemos acabado. Gracias.
Okay. Gracias.
Thank you. And Judge, can the interpreter be excused? I think this was the only case I was assigned to.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
I notice a proliferation of private attorneys on the Zoom line. We're still working through the arraignment calendar. Please be patient. We'll get with you as soon as we can, okay? All right, next matter is ready.
Your Honor, Ms. Sievert, number 12, I know was anxious to get going as well as Mr. Summers, but if we could call Ms. Sievert, she doesn't want to. Okay.
We don't have.
Ms. Sievert, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Your Honor.
Kitty.
Okay.
Christopher, you're good. You can go.
And
We
we're
wanna see
here
the
for
kitty full
arraignment,
screen.
1 count assault, 4th degree.
Whoa.
Is
Last person who
your
did that got a
climate
year,
enter a
so
plea
that's
in this
48
matter?
days.
Yes, Your Honor. I spoke with Ms. Sievert. I've advised her of her rights. I believe she understands them. I would ask the court to enter a plea of not guilty, and defense will not contest probable cause for today's purposes only, but I will note this is perhaps one of the most unserious assault 4 charges I have seen in quite some time. However, will not contest probable cause for today's purposes only. And I would ask that the court appoint Thurston County Public Defense. Ms. Sievert is working but making minimum wage and on state insurance, so based on that, I believe she qualifies.
Basically, it's
Court will under
the lightest
find
charge
probable
possible.
cause for purposes of today's hearing to the charge of assault 4 and enter a plea of not guilty from Ms. Sievert. We'll also appoint Thurston County Public Defense to represent her. State's position on release conditions.
Yes, Your Honor. No objection to PR, no new law violations, no firearms or dangerous weapons, no contact order protecting the alleged victim, and to stay away from 801.
Don't need that address.
Water.
Yes.
Okay, Thurston County 1 has not come back yet. They had their 2:30 docket. They're not here. There goes the kitty. Zoop. It's gone.
Counsel, is Ms. Sievert going to object to the issuance of an NCO?
Yes, Your Honor, we would object to the issuance of an NCO at this time. The date of this incident is nearly 2 years ago. We're very near the end of statute of limitations, and in that time, it sounds like Ms. Sievert and the alleged victim, who were friends before, and they have made up and are friends again. I know that we aren't hearing from the alleged victim today, but it does sound like circumstances have changed substantially from whatever conflict was happening back in November of 2023. I think a no contact order would be overkill at this stage. However, if I understand the reasons the court might impose one, err on the side of imposing one anyway, and would ask the court to consider making it a condition rather than a full order, or perhaps to make it no hostile contact.
State would maintain its request, Your Honor. I understand that the victim's not here, and I don't have information as to her position on a no contact order this time.
Okay. Does the alleged victim reside at 801 Israel Road, or is that a different address?
I believe that's a different address. Go back up to the police.
Did the alleged incident occur at that address?
The address of the alleged victim in the police report is different from the address that I asked for a stay away from. I don't know if that's a current address.
They're
and
friends.
Shanks was
She's
referred to
probably
our
not going
office
to
in charge.
be a willing witness to testify in court. Okay, we've got nothing on District 1. Defendant is over it. It was 2 years ago. A little spat 2 years ago, and now the state decides to prosecute. You know, curious minds, we want to know. If anybody sees Thurston 1 come online,
date?
I'm checking 2 different places.
December 2nd. All right, Ms. Seaver, can you hear me all right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So we've just had your arraignment. I've entered a not guilty plea for you, and I've appointed Thurston County Public Defense to represent you. I recommend you reach out to the Public Defender's Office sometime next week to find out who's been assigned to handle your case and to begin discussing it with them. Your next court date will be December 10th at 9:30. That's going to be a pretrial conference. You'll receive notices in the mail at the address we have on file, which is a address. I'm ordering you released on your own personal recognizance, subject to the following conditions. You're not to commit any criminal law violations. You're not to possess a firearm or other deadly weapon. You're not to have any contact with the protected person identified in the no contact order, which we will discuss in a moment. And you are to stay away from 801 Israel Road Southwest. I have issued a no contact order for the protected person in this case. If you and is it Leah?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you and Ms. Leah have in fact reconciled and you don't feel like the no contact order is necessary, then she can reach out to the prosecutor and your attorney can file a motion to have the protection order lifted or the no contact order lifted at a later date. But I'm not prepared to do that now without hearing from Ms. Leah about whether she wants the no contact order or not. Do you understand that?
I do understand, Your Honor.
But you can't talk to her.
I've signed that order.
So you can't tell her that. So if she shows up and says, "Hey, Isabella told me that there's a no contact order and I don't want one," then Isabella gets in trouble.
Oops, did I sign that? Okay, so we'll see you back here on December 10th for your pretrial. And in the meantime, I recommend you reach out to the Public Defender's Office.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Have a good rest of your afternoon, and you're free to exit the Zoom when you're ready.
Thank you.
Oh, she was ready a long time ago.
All right.
Okay. Thurston 1 just went live. Just 1 second. They just went live.
Who's next?
Thurston 1 right here. Here we go. Boom.
So trials, they're set later in November. Let's set in for a pretrial and sentencing in January.
I got a stubby little pencil.
I'm not seeing Mr. Farrar.
And any word from Mr. Huxford on Riley Mercer?
No, nothing to contribute from the state, Your Honor.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
They say to rewind it. Let's go back. Go back to the very beginning. Hang on.
He's pending sentencing, and then he's got pre-trials for 3 of them.
That's Farag. That's him.
Well, I mean, the sentencing matter, it's just a driving license suspended in the third, Your Honor, so I guess not really a reason to object.
Let's find good cause, grant his motion for speed. So trials that are set later in November. let's set it for pretrial and sentencing in January. And then any word from Mr. Huxford on
Bama Girl, we just read through that. So that was Frog.
Contribute from the state, Your Honor.
Frog did not show. He just pushed it off and said, I didn't hear exactly what the ruling was, but basically, we'll just cross this one off as if it never happened. Let it rain memberships for those who said he wouldn't show. No, I think as if he would show, he was going to give 10. But maybe Frog thought it was tomorrow. We did cover Maya a little bit lightly. There are a couple other creators. Let me just do a quick check here. I think, is it Ian? Let me check if Ian's doing this. And he might actually have Dr. Joe. Let me check. I'm not seeing. Let's see. Let's see. I know Attorney Melanie Little is reading through the document. What in the world? Holy smokes. Josh gifted 10 memberships anyway as a consolation prize, and Sloth Life matched it. Oh my goodness. So there's 20 right there. There you go. Now we're done. Oh, by the way, look at this. That guy up there on the top corner, not right here, not this army dude who's carrying a log for some reason, but the worst week of crabbing ever, sorry. That's Luke McFadden. Awesome YouTube channel. If you like watching just a funny kid just plug away at life as a crabber, catching blue crabs out in the Chesapeake Bay. And he's killing it. He's doing great. He's doing an amazing job. He started with nothing, like literally nothing, just begging people to go help them work on their boats, and ended up now he's running a business, and he's got product on Amazon and his face on a bag of chips and all that. It's just amazing. So where was I? Now we're back here. All right, so no Mr. Frog. I guess we can jump over to Melanie Little. We can portal to her. If you guys want to, if you want to hear the Florida Second District Court of Appeals decision, we'll portal over to Melanie to give you that opportunity. But other than that, we're going to be live again later tonight at 8 o'clock for the podcast, 8 p.m. Please join us for that. And it's going to be a lot of fun. So do be here. Don't miss it. No Mr. Farag. He's a no-show. Of course we knew that. Melanie's covering it now. We're going to portal over to there. If you stay right here, we'll bring you right over to you. When you get there, hit the like button, tell her thanks, even if it's not what you're there for. Just it's always good to encourage people as they're working hard and doing what they do, and Melanie's no different. So tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone. Make their day just a little bit better. Please stay safe. We'll go live again tonight, 8 p.m. Yes. Tonight, 8 p.m. Podcast, Not Relevant Podcast, right here. Thomas and I will be here. It's going to be funny. We've got some fun stories to share. Maybe even add some new ones that just broke today as well. It's going to be awesome. So, and you guys have a police chase. There's always things to do. All right, you guys stay safe. We'll see you a little bit later tonight. Don't miss it. 8 p.m. Eastern time. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
You don't put a diplomatic plate on a hoopty.
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
Hello?
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
Hello?